Uh, Yo, what is going on, fellas? How are you doing? How are you all doing today? I hope you're all having a wonderful day. How's the stream so far this morning? Meowdy. Well, I can hear myself. Shut up. Let me say good morning to my good friend, Mr. Big P. Yeah. Let's see. Before we get into anything, the pig cave's closed. 11 minutes ago, these cocksuckers. Better than the average bear. What about you? Hey, boo boo. I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good, chat. We're gonna do our little chitty chat today. We'll give it a little bit of time. How many people we got in the stream right now? 106,000? Oh my goodness, I am so popular. We'll probably wait and do the conversation after lunch. Or like while I'm eating lunch, we'll start the conversation. Or no, maybe right after lunch. Maybe I don't want to have. I should have my camera on, and I don't really want to feel like stuff in my face in front of you guys while talking. It's kind of rude, two different ways. So. Is it just me, or is this animation different? Why do I feel like that's different? Seven gigs with a preloading? That's a good fucking question. That's a good fucking question. Updated sound file. By the way, John, is the BP emote working here? Good, perfect. Perfect. Such a good emote. That's such a good emote. So yeah, I want to wait until there's more people in here. Then there's less time to repeat. There's more people to ask questions. I think it'll make it more in depth if we do the conversation once there's more people in the chat. So. Just a little precursor for anybody with expectations. I can talk about my trip, and I can talk about Crimson Desert, but in regards, and I can talk about The Office, but in regards to any conversations we had revolving around Black Desert, there'll be no conversations on that. That is signed and sealed. Little stamp. We'll be very, very quiet. Yo, what is up, Stato? I think, and allegedly. Oh my god, this guy had perfect timing. So I was actually surprised with how easy Gumiho was, you guys. I feel like Gumiho, there's only the one attack that is scary, and I think Gumiho is going to be definitely like my C10. I'll do all 3 C10s, and then I'll probably do 9 and 8 Gumiho. Because I feel like once I get it down, Gumiho is going to be the fastest one. As I get more and more comfortable with it. Like, take a look at the fucking unethical time Leckershen had. First goddamn week. Look at this. There we go. Look at this fucking guy. 2 minutes under me. This guy's an unethical, full PvE abuser. It's not fair. Here we are, trying to be set up and ready for PvP. Having reforms that do nothing in PvE. Okay, we need to... You know what? Let's update our on-screen counter first. Let's see how we're doing money-wise. So, let's see. Pull up the old calculator. Let's see. We have what? 46 times... That's 138, 140... 142. Okay, so 142 bill plus 1280 is 1422 bill. So okay. And then we also have 89 of those. And then we have... Oh, I know I got another costume, so we'll add another 1,000 crons. And then we will... oh. then 1117. Okay, so let's add all of these up. We have 1.117 plus 1.422 plus 189 plus... Oh, wait. Plus 0.189. 853 times 3. Where is my history? 2728. Wait, why did you just do that, stupid calculator? Shut up. There we go. Okay, 5287. Boom. My chair broke from middle and catapulted me to the sky. Fucking hell. Oh my goodness. What is the chair? Oh, you're looking for this, right? That's this chair. Oh. It's a fucking sweet chair. Shot. Le shot. Yeah, but I think that's like actually spelled SCHAT. The fuck is those prices? Yeah. It's super nice. It's a fully leather chair. Like I said, this isn't a print on it. This is actually woven into it. I ain't buying a car. I know. With that Turkish conversion, you're talking like 26,000 rupees or whatever your currency is. I can't remember what the Turkish currency is. I know it's not rupees. The lira, that's right, lira. By the way, how's Istanbul, anyways? You ever been? Oh, let's go house above. Like a horny woman burning. Yo, I think I like Istanbul already. This man sold it to me in 4 words. Is it like super hot? Is that what you mean by burning? $330. Goddamn, you guys are in the oven. Jesus. Wait, I'm PvP spec, aren't I? Yeah. Do I still have my maneuver equipped too? I think I do. Or no, I don't. Never mind. Wait, did it change already? How did? Why does it feel like I have the wrong setup? Because I just realized I didn't swap my crystals. And I'm using my life skilling crystals. Yo! This is how we grind to get alive. I'm like half paying attention because I'm listening to this conversation by Septimus's chat because it like vibes with me so fucking hard. It's just this guy being like, yep, the game's gonna go to shit. I'll be back in years. It's like, and I'll tell you I told you so. It's like, shut up. Oh my god, years? Are you kidding me? You telling me this game has years left? That's success. What are you talking about? Right? Most MMOs don't. Can we get the audio? No, that's inappropriate. There's much. You'd only get half the conversation anyways. It's just somebody being like really weird in Septimus's chat, and he's picking them apart. The guy's being very generic and being like, you'll flip-flop on everything you said about this game, and then when the game dies in years from now, when I come back, I'll be able to tell you I told you so. That's basically what he's saying. And then Septimus is like, okay, well, which of my points are you saying that I'm going to flip-flop on? Because this guy's just being very generic and not actually making any specific claims, because he's trying to make sure that he always, like, he's generic. It's kind of like a fortune teller Right? You know how they try to be so vague that it's damn near impossible for them to be wrong? Well, that's what this guy's trying to do, and Biseptimus is like, no, if you're gonna play this game with me, let's, like, drop some facts on me. Tell me what I'm gonna flip-flop on, and then when the time comes, we can have a conversation about it. And that's the best way to handle those types of people. Because this guy probably doesn't even know what Biseptimus actually believes in. This guy's just arguing for the sake of arguing. Did I talk about the trip already? I did not. No, I want to wait until we have a bit more people in the chat. I think the more we have in chat, the better the conversation, and the less repeating I'll have to do. I'm going to end up making a highlight of it, too, and a command. Yep. Not necessarily PA headquarters, just the NA office, right? Yeah, so... they had me in the office, Kaj, and they said, okay, this is your chance. They had Sage's head in the guillotine. They said, this is your chance. Make a case not to nerf Awakened Sage now, or you're done. And I said, easy. If you don't nerf Awakened Sage, it will piss Armin off. And they were like, God damn it, now we can't nerf him. Get his head out of the guillotine. In fact, let's buff him some more. Just in case anybody's wondering, that conversation obviously did not happen. I hope that was so over the top that people recognize. Somebody's gonna clip that shit and be like, but Zephian said this! We're gonna burn the rest of our Agris today. Agris? Do you guys do a soft A or a hard A on Agris? Agris or Agris? You know what I should have did? I should have brought a list of words from NBDO and be like, okay, how is this supposed to be pronounced? Agris. Hey. Ah. Shut up, Tom. Agris. What's wrong with that? It's fucking Pride Month. It's June. It's a problem. Nothing wrong, I'm just saying it. That's fair. I do not understand how my encoder is occasionally getting bogged down while I have my FPS capped at 144. But a couple weeks ago, I could be playing on remastered with 200 FPS, and my encoder wasn't getting bogged down. Like that latest NVIDIA driver update. I don't know what it did. It fixed my monitor issue, so I'm super grateful for that. You know what? I should count in my little tracker the faint dark hungers I have too. 2 of those are the equivalent of 1 origin, right? Yeah, so I actually have like an extra 50 almost. I didn't realize how many of those have piled up from doing Pig Cave. Because you don't get them a whole lot, but I guess just over time. Do I even have some listed to sell right now? No, I didn't. Oh, this number is going down. The Indian shake. Wouldn't that be like this? You gotta get more of the chin in it, right? It's not just this motion, there's like a little bit of a rotation in it too. Oh, is there anything new in the Pearl shop this week? I completely forgot to get my, like, loyalty scrolls and shit. Let's do that. Grab these. Let's see. Half price costumes. Half price artisans. 15-day box. What is a 15-day box? Oh, those things. Wait, why is my FPS so bad in the shop? What the hell? Look at that. I go from 144 FPS down to 60. What the hell is going on in the shop that it is that GPU? Wait, is it not using the GPU at all? My GPU usage goes down. What the hell? Like, all of my usages go down. Well, no, that... It looks like it spikes for the transition? Which kind of makes sense. But this, like, fucking drops. What is up with that? I wish they had a Sage one. Look at that. Absolutely nothing Sage-wise. Nothing really great in the shop. It wasn't like that before, though, so I don't know what changed with it.
Yeah.
Crazy how much cooler my 5080 stays though compared to my 3080. My Elkstone is dead. Good eye. But it's so fun trying to recharge things. Alright. Alright. How did the night finish for people? Let's see. Mr. Average EU Sage back in #1. Boba Buddy put in his place. Mr. Ronald Jedman at #2. What is the number 100 at? 1812. So it just went up a little bit, like 12 points. We have 4 warriors. We have 7 hashes. We have 14 sages. Wait, we're just in case. There's no am I blind? Where's Justin at? There's no shot that man dropped that many points. Wasn't he at like 1850 yesterday? There's no way he dropped down to like 1650. Yo, look at this fucking trooper though. I respect the fuck out of this person. They are fucking committed. Yeah, I should overclock my GPU. I don't want to do it while streaming because it'll crash the stream. But I should take some time to, like when I have that much thermal headroom, even at like near 100 load, I should put a little bit more utilization in it, you know? Give it a little more oomph. Why don't you run 1 BS crystal? Should be best in slot for you? What do you mean? Yo, what's up, Mr. Armin? We didn't have a chance to have the conversation yesterday because as soon as I finished my bosses and the pig cave opened, and then I did the pig cave. So, yeah, I'm capped at 144. I can uncap it, but it's completely unnecessary. I can do like 250 FPS on remastered. But yeah, I'm going to be doing that conversation today. I'm going to make a full highlight of it. Like I said, you're probably completely aware of how the conversation's going to go. I'm just going to talk about like the trip in general, my experiences at the office, but obviously any discussions revolving around BDO, there won't be any conversation on that. But I can talk about my experiences with Crimson Desert. So if there's anybody who thinks that I got like a sneak peek on what's going to be happening to the game, I really don't. I don't have any of that. So... yeah, I don't know if that was the first time they did that, but I think it was a bit of a learning experience for them too. I think the reins are a little bit more clear, or sorry, the rules of discussion are a little bit more clear this time around. Because I know when like Choice and Divios came back, they were just talking about practically anything and everything. Justin ended at 1655. Oh my god, he must have been in despair then. He must have been in despair to actually like be an Awakened Sage main for as long as he has been and drop that low. He must have had some insane games. I tuned into his stream at one point last night, and I think he was at like 1850. And that was at like, I think I tuned in, that was like around Node Ward. So like if he dropped 200 points, like that might have been just like a red wall down since that, from then. He must have been pretty upset by the end of the night. Though, Armin, I do have to say, all of those people there are so goddamn nice. They are so nice and so welcoming. I knew that they were going to be nice, but I kind of had like this impression that it was like, this was kind of more of like a formality, and it was just like, okay, we need to get some people here. Who are we going to get here to have a talk to? We don't really want to do this, but we're going to, you know, we got to do it. So let's try our best to pick out some people that we think we'll get along with. No, man, as soon as I got in the door, as soon as you meet any of them, they are just so nice, so friendly, so hospitable. They make you feel like you've been there for years. They were so damn nice. I was so impressed with their hospitality. Yeah, I completely forgot to check other classes. Where did I finish off? I had to check my Elkstone, I think it was, right? Guardians, how are Guardians doing? One Guardian, Mr. Mercenary. He's always been pretty committed to it. One Scholar. 3 Drax. Whew. DK did not work out well for him. No Sorks. Aren't Sorks doing pretty good in EU? Wait, where's Grim? I feel like Grim must not be playing. Or Isaac. He's fucking, like, he's a really good Sork. If he's not on here, he must not be playing. Nova. Oh, still 3 Novas in the top 100. Mostly suck though. Holy shit! Look at how many of the Awakens have disappeared. Rumpy's still kind of trying to lock it down. All right. Corsair, Mr. Blim, Airbus too. Oh, this man might take the spot. He's scouting it out and sees me standing on the road. So when Sage gets nerfed, most people are getting used to fighting OP version of him. Fodden players will swap with good knowledge of him, so future not looking so bright. I think there's multiple things contributing to Sage, right? I think people are getting better at dealing with him, but that doesn't mean that he's not too strong. But I think it's also environmental based. I think when you have an environment that's that high damage, like Solaire, he is very, very clearly busted in that environment. But you take him to other environments, he's strong, but he's definitely not overpowered. And you definitely shouldn't be balancing the... What? I just got a flame! Yo, I didn't even fucking notice! Yo! I was so in my own thoughts. Wait a goddamn minute. Oh shit, now what was I saying? You just completely ruined my train of thought. Oh yeah. So like, when it comes to large scale, he's definitely like performing really well, but I wouldn't call him overpowered in large scale or any uncapped content. But he's up there with the strongest classes, right? He's doing well. But I think if you're going to make the argument that in those content that Sage needs to be nerfed, then there's a lot of other classes that also need to be nerfed. So it's kind of like this weird spot where if they nerf us for Solaire, then I think it's going to make us... It could potentially make us weak everywhere else. So, depending on how they do it, right? I think there's a little bit of leeway for some nerfs. And like, we will obviously drop a bit in large scale and such. Node War. But I think there's enough headroom that you can still, like, if you're decent at the class, you'll still be able to pull your weight. And that's the most important thing. You shouldn't get to just be a top performer because you picked the right class. It should be one of those things where if you know how to play your class, you can pull your weight. And I feel like even if Awakened Sage catches some nerfs for Solaire, as long as they do it properly, it'll still be able to pull its weight. So there's a little bit of headroom, right? But I think if they go too aggressive because of Solaire, it could end up making Awakened Sage, you know, feel pretty bad in a lot of other areas. So I hope that they're a little careful with that. I think one of the... there was a couple things at play, though, right? Awakened Sage hasn't been a very popular class, and I think a lot of people just didn't know how to fight against him, because they just didn't run into them very often, right? So I think that contributed to how it feels fighting them. Because you have a super high damage environment that's definitely caters to Awakened Sage, and people didn't know how to fight it. And this is also a problem that usually happens with new classes, is people don't know how to fight against a new class because it's new. And it makes it feel a little bit more overpowered because they don't know where the openings are, they don't know where the protections are, they don't know where they're going to get caught from, right? But the main difference between Awakening Sage and a new class release in that regard is there's been people who've been maining Awakened Sage for years. So they are really good with it, and they're able to really take advantage of the other players' lack of knowledge on how to fight them, right? Where when a new class comes out, the person is still trying to figure out all the little nuances behind the new class that they're playing, right? So that also, I think, contributes to how Awakened Sage felt to fight at the beginning of the season versus now. I think the damage in Solaire is a little high, but I think every season it gets a little bit better. There are some other classes that also do crazy damage in Solaire. So, like, part of me is like, fully protected movement damage is lame. But there's other classes that are doing it too, so I'm like, should they be nerfed too? And then you gotta ask yourself, well, what's the difference between like an Awakening Sage and a Deadeye, right? Both are doing like giga damage while moving, while being fully protected. And is it the grab? Is that the main difference? Because if we're gonna say that it's okay for Deadeye, but not okay for Sage, then what's the difference? What's the separation there, right? Is it the grab? Is it more iframes? It could be that too, right? I'm not trying to justify it, I'm just trying to think through it too. Debuffs, yeah. Well, Deadeye has really good debuffs too. Every time they use their shotgun ability, it applies a DP shred on you. There's definitely... shock slows, I think, are definitely something that need to be addressed. They dodged the bullet when they did the slow nerfs back in the past. So for a little history lesson, I'm sure a lot of you are aware of this, but I'm going to repeat it just for the sake of being fully, transparent with my thoughts. Back in the day, there used to be 30% slows and 40% slows that lasted for 10 seconds, right? If they did attack speed, cast speed, and movement speed, they were a 30% slow. And if they focused just movement speed, then they were a 40% slow. That was most of the slows in the game, and they lasted for 10 seconds, right? And then they nerfed all those slows from 30 and 40% down to 10 and 20% respectively. And then they also reduced the duration down to 5 seconds. Well, when they did that, they never touched shock slows. And shock slows were the weakest slows back in the old environment because they were 20% for 3 seconds, which was significantly worse than having a 30% for 10 seconds, right? You had less than a third of the duration and only 66% of the slow power. But when they did that, when they nerfed those other slows, they left shock slows the same. And when you nerf everything else but leave something the same, that's an indirect buff to that thing. So shock slows, they got proportionally, compared to other slows in the game, proportionally stronger by being omitted by that nerf, right? Because they weren't affected by that nerf. And they definitely should have... Oh my goodness! It's Mr. Pua! I'm gonna mess up the name. No wonder why I got these flames dropping out here. Let's get another one. Yo, let's check out the drip. Yo, why can't I walk that fast? He's got the little bucket hat. I like it. The little pouch. What you got in the pouch? Some GM buffs? Oh, heck yeah. Look at that. Oh, my goodness. I'm so spoiled. But yeah, so shock slows, they dodged a bullet with that nerf. And I think that is something that definitely needs to be addressed for Awakening Sage. Especially, like... with those other, you know what I got in the pouch? Man, I keep losing my train of thought today. Oh yeah. So these other slows, like grave digging, the Zerker little thing where they're punching the ground, I can't remember what it's called. Hash was one of the more egregious people because they had multiple ways to apply it with like quicksand and ensnaring sands, and I think they had another ability. No, maybe it was just those two, but they're on short enough cooldown. Anyways, they only had most classes only had one ability and one shot to try to apply it. Where Awakened Sage has these shock slows that didn't get nerfed and are now, probably stronger than the rest of the slows in the game. But Sage also has almost everything you do applies it. Enlightened Bolt applies it, Divine Executioner applies it, Judgment applies it, Impaling Flash applies it, and Chain Lightning applies it. So we have so many different ways to apply that shock slow. Do anyone like a buff, perhaps? They probably do. There's actually somebody on Kick who says they need those buffs. What's the trash value count at? Shut up, Complexified. Why you gotta do that? Tell you what, Complexified, you trash. Man, I can't believe we got a flame there. Yo, I didn't even notice. And I think that would be a nice area. I think the shock slows are one of the best ways that you could nerf Awakened Sage right now, because it'll have little to no impact in those other areas where Awakened Sage is doing good, but it's not overpowered. Like, those slows aren't, like, super impactful in large scale. It's more of, like, in the Solaire environment where they're super impactful, right? So I think that's a really good area if PA decided to target Awakening Sage. I think the grab can also be nerfed. I think reducing the cooldown on the grab was not really a great idea, especially with how many ways like we have to catch now. Like Impaling Flash is insane. So I think like they shouldn't have reduced the cooldown on the grab, and if they remove that, like, this is my thought process when it comes to classes, right? You have catch classes and you have damage classes. You have catches that are really good at catching and carrying and making plays, and you have some classes that, in order to apply pressure, it's not through catching, it's through damage, right? And Awakened Sage is definitely a catch class with how it's designed now, so I don't think its damage should be as high. So I feel like there needs to be a trade-off in one of those areas. Either it keeps the damage and the catches come down, or it keeps the catches and the damage comes down. I think one of those two things need to happen. And that's kind of tricky now, though, right? Because if you nerf its damage, you're going to hurt it in all of those other areas that it's not great in. If you nerf its catches, then it's going to affect it pretty big in large scale. Or, sorry, in Solaire. So it might be one of those things where they maybe just need to pick a lane on which way they're going to go with it. I would think that maybe, like, Suck Sage has lots of potential for large scale and still does really well. So that might weigh their decision. They might be like, well, Suck is still really good in large scale, so we'll nerf it in a way that still allows it to compete in Solaire. But, you know, it'll take a bigger hit in large scale and Node War, but, you know, Sages can then play Succession. That might be how they think about it. Because then you have other classes that it feels like that thought process has happened as well, right? Like, Ranger's probably the perfect example of a class that is like that, where you have Succession, which is tremendously good at large scale, falls off in Solaire, and then you have Awakened, which, I mean, I guess after the recent changes, how are Rangers doing? I thought they were doing all right, but I know there wasn't many of them. Oh, maybe only one, so maybe they could use a little bit of love. Maybe nerf Core Lightning Prison to a weaker CC? I don't think Lightning Prison is a problem, though. Most of the best Sages in the game don't, or at least that I'm aware of. I know there's a lot more Sages now, so I guess I shouldn't speak for a lot of the new ones that are doing really well. But of the old ones that do really well, most of them are using like Upsurge and Enlighten Bolt. Lightning Prison is, like, it feels nice in terms of it being a giant AoE that's gonna, you know, try to stun everybody in front of you, and you have a pretty good chance of at least somebody being within that range. All you got to do is just hope that they're unprotected, right? But at the same time, you ruin lots of combos with Lightning Prison, the Lightning Prison core. Like, when somebody gets a catch just as you're doing Lightning Prison, and then you cap them with the Lightning Prison stun, because you can't exactly turn it or control it like that, you can fuck up combos, and they can be kind of tricky to capitalize off of too. Like a good, like, yeah. I don't know, like I said, I can't speak for the EU Sages. But most of the NA Sages I know that do well use either Enlighten Bolt or Upsurge. So I don't know if nerfing Lightning Prison core would really do much. Anybody need a flame? How much are these selling for? Oh my goodness, we are having a good day. We are having a good day, chat. I'm really excited for the ball, though. I doubt there'll be any... I don't think they're going to talk about... They want the ball to be exciting, right? So there's no way that during the ball they talk about classes that they're going to be nerfing. No shot. 0% chance of that. I think we'll likely, though, see, like, if they do plan on making any nerfs or adjustments, I think we'll see that on the Global Lab the week after the ball. The ball is on in 4 days, right? And today's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So it'll be after Global... Wait. No, I guess Global Lab might be that morning, right? Would that be Friday? Kanjar, can you hear me? Or are you still in a meeting? Let me pull up my calendar. It's 2:30 in the morning on the 28th for us. Which would be... June... Oh, no, that's Saturday morning. Yeah, so it'll be the following Friday. I don't know why for a second I was thinking it would be Friday night, which would mean that maybe they would push out the Global Lab after, like, 6 hours after the ball. So yeah, I don't think we're going to see... This Global Lab will probably be, like, completely empty. Nearly, right? They're not going to want to spoil anything for the... In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if this Global Lab gets delayed. They might be like, yeah, we're not going to make any Global Lab changes this week. Oh, we didn't grab our horse buff. Yeah, I can't wait to talk about the trip, though, you guys. Like I said, we're going to do it right after lunch. We'll wait till there's a bit more people piled in here. We'll talk about the trip. I got some exclusive Crimson Desert footage to show you guys and talk to you about. Although you guys might have seen it on Hunter's stream already. He might have spoiled it. Yo, what's up, Joey? How you doing? How was the trip? It was awesome. It was aside from the travel complications, it was amazing. I wish I lived like near Toronto so I could just fly directly out of Toronto, because I think just not having any layovers would dramatically reduce any headaches from like travel complications. My flight back was miserable. I even had hiccups on the way there, although that was more self-inflicted. But I'm going to get into a whole conversation later. Like I said, around probably after I have lunch. By then, we'll have more people in the chat. I want to have more people in the chat so we have a better dialogue, right? The more people we have when I'm talking, there'll be more questions to be able to be asked. Just to be clear, though, like, we'll be talking about the trip. I'll talk about my experiences at the office. Any conversations related to BDO, we won't be talking about that. But we will be talking about Crimson Desert. And, yeah. Yeah, it wasn't just the layovers. So, my flight home got delayed because of weather in Toronto. Like so I was flying to Toronto from LA, but how it goes, right, is you have a Toronto crew that will do a trip to LA and then do a trip back, right, taking people. And that's like their work shift. It's like a 10-hour work shift going there and back. Well, I guess because the weather was bad in Toronto, they were delayed leaving for like 3-4 hours. And because they were delayed leaving, obviously they were delayed coming back. And because of that delay, I missed my connecting flight. So that had to be rebooked. And that rebooking was also 8 hours later after I landed. So I was only landing in Toronto at midnight. And by that time, I was supposed to be at home in my bed already. But now I get in Toronto at midnight and they say, well, sorry, we got you booked on the next flight, but that's not till 8 a.m. So I had to end up spending the whole night in the airport, just laying on a concrete floor, just killing time, watching movies on my phone. Yeah. I mean, I don't blame the airline, right? They're just trying to keep people safe. It is what it is, you know. When it comes to something like that, I would rather them err on the side of caution, right? But it's still inconvenient. But, I mean, until the airlines can control the weather, you can't really blame them. I would rather them be safe. Right? That's why flying is, like, the safest way to travel. Is because of all those extra precautions they take. It also turns out, you know what? We'll talk about it later. Like I said, I don't want to be too repetitive with it. We'll have like I said, I want to have a whole conversation about it. I'm going to talk you guys through my whole trip, all the experiences from beginning to end, and then I'm just going to make like a nice highlight of it. So this way, if anybody wants to hear about the trip, I can just make a command for it. Any news on Mouth Movement? Why hasn't Shy nerfed yet? Like I said, in regards to any conversations we had about BDO, we're not going to be talking about that. That's off the table. The one thing I will say is the team very clearly plays the game, and they feel the way we feel about a lot of things. But also remember, the NA office isn't the team that develops the game, right? They will collect feedback and stuff from the region, from all players. If you go to the Adventure feedback board, right? All of you guys can post on there, and I know you feel like you're not heard, but, you know, they're constantly doing this balancing act. We're not the only region in the world. But if you have opinions, make sure you go to the feedback forums, right? It's a collection of... I'm sure there's an adventure feedback forum for every region, and they're going to be doing the best they can for the game based off of that feedback on that forum that all regions give. So if the NA region, if their forums are a ghost town, then it's going to feel like we're never heard because we're not posting in the one area where it matters most. So... remember, you guys, use that forum, use it often. Anything that you're passionate about, even as trivial as you might think it is to you, use those forums, because that's the best place to have your feedback heard. Are they aware the last patch has been causing for people to get cc.essays and iframes way more? I have not been able to play or do any PvP since this latest patch. I arrived there like the day that patch, this maintenance happened. So yeah, I have no idea. You mean put in the trash? Yeah, that's what most people think. I don't understand why people feel that way. To me, it feels like, if you look at it objectively, if you've been playing MMOs for a long time, I don't know how you can think that PA doesn't care about their player base and its feedback. If you compare, like, the amount of communication they have with their community versus, like, almost every other game I played in the past. The only other company I can think of that has, like, a similar level of communication would be, like, Grinding Gear Games. They are really, really good at communicating with their communities, too. But, like, aside from, like, Grinding Gear Games, like, what other company is as good at communicating and updates as often as Pearl Abyss? Like, yeah, I think it's way more than a few things. And I think big problems typically require big solutions. So I can understand why they take a little bit more tact with it. To say that they don't address the main problems we want fixed, I can think of an immediate example off the top of my head when they adjusted and changed the game to the central market. The old market was an absolute train wreck. It was so bad, and they addressed that. Really bad RNG, and some people getting unnecessarily punished to the absolute extreme. That was resolved with the pity system. Not being able to adjust your crystals, right? Before, if you wanted to remove your crystal, you would have to break it. Or you would have to, and then they later on added a way to make the extraction hammer. And now you can just freely swap your crystals. That was a pretty big, important thing to us that they addressed. I could go on and on. We could find many things over the years that were considered a main issue at the time that they've addressed. So to act like they've never addressed any of these main issues is just completely disingenuous. What you're trying to say is the main issues right now haven't been addressed, and you wish that they would. And I think it's just one of those things, give it time. They're just waiting for that feedback from every region, right? We're not the only region that exists here in NA. There's also Japan, there's MENA, there's C, there's Korea, there's China, there's Russia. There's all of these different regions, and they have to make sure that they're not only making changes that are good for us, but good for everybody, right? And sometimes, you know what, maybe collectively, it's a better change for everyone else, but not so much for us, and they have to be like, okay, well, unfortunately, this one region is just going to have to adapt. Because they're trying to make the game, they're working on a global product, right? This is my thought process, is I have like a lot of people think, well, they just don't listen to us. I think it's the complete opposite. I think they're getting feedback from so many different regions and so many different styles. Thanks for reminding me. I'll make sure I turn that off later while we're doing our discussion. But yeah, I don't think the problem is that they're not listening to. I don't think the problem is that they're not listening to us. I think the potential problem is they're listening to too many people. They're trying so hard to make everybody happy, and in the process of trying to make everybody happy, you tend to make nobody happy, right? Although, even that is a little bit disingenuous. I wouldn't say they're making nobody happy. I think objectively the game is way better than it's ever been in all areas except for open world PvP. All voice modifiers too. Yeah, we'll do that later. Once we get into the real conversation, we're not going to take away the toys just yet, but when we get into the real conversation later, I want it to fit in a reasonably sized highlight. I don't want it to be like 2 hours long. I would like the conversation to be under an hour, so we will we'll turn those things off to make sure that they don't slow down the conversation. I'm still pretty unhappy that stage outstands me, so I will ignore all changes. Yeah. A good Awakened Tamer can actually outstamina an Awakened Sage. You just have to play very carefully. It goes both ways. Basically, whether it's the Sage or the Tamer, which one plays more aggressive is the one that's going to run out of stamina first. Okay. A race, though, is completely different than stamina. There are some people who are insane in a 100-meter dash that would lose to people in a marathon. They're completely different styles, right? So, I definitely agree that it also depends, like, how short of a race are we talking? I mean, that pole vault is kind of insane. But yeah, once that's on cooldown, there's not really much. But that is an area, though, I think Sage needs to be addressed. Like I said, I think the cooldown on grab should go back up a bit. I think or you know what? If they remove Impaling Flash, the knockback on it, which I think they should, and they give us a different natural protected CC, then I think the grab can stay the same cooldown. But the shock slows need to be nerfed, and stamina needs to be adjusted. I think both of those things are super important and wouldn't absolutely devastate it in large scale or Node War. It would obviously be a nerf in those areas, but I think those changes would specifically target AOS the most, which is obviously where Awakening Sage is the most powerful. The environment where it's the most powerful. Mr. Biseptimus, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Good morning, everybody. We are going to have a conversation today. We haven't done it yet, but I'm going to talk about my trip to PA in LA, the NA office. Remember, just for context, the NA office doesn't do the development, right? They do feedback and stuff, but we're going to be just talking about like our experiences at the office, the people. We'll talk about Crimson Desert and then the trip in general, right? But that was, yeah, the main purpose of the visit. Was it the same trip? Well, it would appear so at face value. I obviously don't know what their trip exactly was, but I'm assuming it was similar. Discord chat. 1 second. And maybe we just get into it now. And then I can eat lunch after. Let me go grab a glass of water. I'll be back. Always got to shake this on camera. I don't want to be like Moreland shaking it off camera and then it looks terrible. So good. Okay. I wonder if I have a player in here. Okay. So the trip was fantastic. I had to leave on Thursday morning. My flight left at 11, so I was at the airport for 9. Everything's smooth there. Hop on the plane in Toronto. Great. About a 3.5 hour layover in Toronto. So I get through customs super quick. I better turn off these redemptions before you guys go crazy. Can you pause all of them for me, John? I disabled them on my end too. If you could pause them for me, that'd be great. I think is there a pause all button? I hope so. So 3.5 hour layover in Toronto. Turn down or turn off the music? Yeah, I'll turn it down. Plane ride to LA is fantastic. Got to ride an Airbus there. It had a really cool camera on it. They had like on your seat, right? They had the little screen, and they actually had cameras on the belly and on the tip of the tail of the plane. So you could actually just like change the screen to actually see that. So I thought that was pretty cool. Took a bunch of pictures of the scenery. I guess I should have uploaded this all to my phone. I'm kind of a dumbass. But I took some pictures of the scenery. You know what? Maybe I can send these all to me on Discord right now. I should have did this earlier. What the fuck was I thinking? Second, I'm gonna upload them all to Discord. It'll be easier than plugging this shit in. Start with those. No shit, it doesn't want me to send that video. Fuck. Okay, the video's too big. Okay, there we go. Those are uploaded. Sorry guys, if I was a smart man, I would have did these first. Upload that one. Ooh, definitely. Oh no, I already uploaded those ones. That one. That one. That one. Feels like my phone's dying right now. I took a lot of pictures on the way there out of the plane, and I don't remember exactly why I took some of these. It's kind of hard to tell with the thumbnail. Most of these I took for my kids, because I thought maybe they would find them interesting. But, okay, yeah, there we go, perfect. Okay. So, let's see, are these all uploaded now? Boom, 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 boom. Okay, perfect. Sorry, I'm going to just download all these now. Yeah. I don't know why I didn't think of saving all these. This is just going to take me one more minute, chat. And then I can actually share some pictures. Most of you will probably find some of these pictures boring, but you guys can help me try to figure out why I took some of these pictures. I wish there was like a download all button. I uploaded it all to Discord, but I gotta like manually click these one at a time to download them to my PC. Might have actually been quicker to just plug in my phone. Then I could just drag and drop them into the folder instead of trying to push them all through Discord first. Damn, some of these pictures are actually kind of cool. Oh, looks like I uploaded some of them twice. Whoopsie. Okay, I'm gonna start over since we didn't really get too far into it. almost done here. This was my first time to the West Coast, too. Okay. Oh, why is that one saved in a different... Save this one. It doesn't matter. Shit, these might all get saved in a random order. Okay. And then God, I like these pictures. There's one more picture. Shoot, why did that not get uploaded? Oh, there it is. Oh, and I'll upload this too. There we go. 2 more pictures, and then we can get started. Oh, that's why those pictures get saved in different format. Okay, I just realized why. Okay. So, wake up Thursday morning. Plane leaves at 11, so I have to be at the airport for 9. Everything goes smoothly there. Get on the plane in my city, fly to Toronto. I have a 3.5 hour layover there. So it takes me about 30 minutes or so to get through customs, right? One thing I found kind of crazy. It seems like Canada, maybe it's not the same in every city, but like when you're going into the US, they're handling the customs, like the US customs is in Canada. And then when you come back to Canada, you would think that maybe the Canadian customs would be in the LA airport, but no. They actually handle that once you land in Canada. It seems like whether you're going there or back, it's being handled in the Toronto airport. Which, I mean, I guess because maybe it's just easier that way. I don't know. I'm sure there's a proper reason for that. But, yeah, I get through customs. Everything's smooth. And then I'm waiting in the Toronto airport. And I have like a 3-hour layover, right? So I decide to stop. I get myself a sandwich. Ooh, I'll take a picture of that too. There was a really nice sandwich place. Sorry, just 1 second. This one will actually just take me a second. I just gotta find. Uh-oh. Ba, 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 ba. I don't know why I took that picture. Okay, it would have been before this. This should be coming up here. This and any second now. There it is. There's the picture I'm looking for. Upload that to Discord. Download that one too. So while I'm waiting in the Toronto airport for my connecting flight, I'm hungry, so I decided to have a sandwich. I was originally planning on going to a Tim Hortons, getting like a turkey bacon club and a coffee. But once you go through the customs there is no more Tim Hortons over there. So I was like, oh, what the heck? So I ended up just going to this other place, which was actually a pleasant surprise. I mean, it was expensive as hell, as airport stuff is, right? But ended up getting a nice little sandwich here. So it was a place where they were advertising how they were known for their baguettes, maybe not baguettes, but really nice big sandwich, toasted, and it was nice and hot. It was delicious. And I got my cup of coffee there. So ate that at the airport, killed some time. And then while I was killing time, I'm sitting there by the window waiting for boarding. This was probably like still about 2 hours before my flight. I'm sitting there next to the window, just kind of watching planes and stuff take off. And I see a vehicle that's shuttling luggage around, I guessing to a plane or from a plane. And while I'm sitting there, I'm watching it. And 1 second, let me resize this. This luggage falls off of it. The luggage there in the road. 1 second, let me pull up the draw. This will actually be really useful for it. Wait, why can't I? Yo. Is that a dock? What just happened there? What did I just do? There we go. Okay, I fixed that. Boom. So, this luggage right here, yeah, it fell off into the road, and I was sitting there watching it for like 30 minutes. Let me move this over. I wonder if that'll move the whole screen. It probably won't. No. So, for like 30 minutes, I just see this laying there on the ground. And like there's lots of traffic coming back and forth down this road. And everybody's just driving around it and ignoring it. I'm like, oh my God, somebody's about to have a bad day, right? Because they're going to get to their destination and their luggage isn't going to be there, or they are just getting home and their luggage isn't there. 30 minutes. I saw 2 people go up, and it was originally laying on its side on the ground. A guy walks up, lifts it up, looks at the tag, and I think he saw the time on it, and he was like, just moved it over a foot and then just went about his day. So it took like 30 minutes to an hour for somebody to eventually come and grab it, and then I'm assuming it missed its flight. I only did a carry-on. I was like, I'm only going for a couple days. There is no way I'm checking in my luggage. So this flight to LA from Toronto was fully booked, and they were advertising that because it was a fully booked flight, there might not be enough room for all of the carry-ons. So if they run out of room, they're going to have to basically start forcing people to check in their carry-ons. So I was like, fuck that. I'm going to go and stand in line. So like 20 minutes before they even started checking people on the plane, I was standing in line because I'm like, I am not going to be the last person in line, and then they have to check in my baggage. Not happening. So that didn't end up happening. I got on the plane fine. Started flying to LA. It was like a 5-hour or so trip. I guess it's longer flying to LA because of the rotation of the Earth and the jet stream in general, right? So flying to LA was like an hour longer than flying home. Also, I flew there on an Airbus, but I flew back on a 787. I think the 787 goes a bit faster at a higher altitude too, so that also trims down the time. I was one of those people. Yes, I was. I wasn't ahead of my zone, though. I stood in the proper line, right? Because they're like, okay, people in zone 1 and 2, that's the first class people. That's the fancy people, right? They had their own lines, but I made sure I was in my proper area. So, but yeah, that luggage ended up sitting there for a while. So I got on the plane. And I'm playing with the screen, and yeah, this was that camera I was telling you about. There was one camera, I should have took one on the belly, but there's also a camera on the tail, right? So you could actually, while it was taking off, while it was landing, while it was flying, you could see this view, and then there was also a belly camera view, which I thought was pretty cool. I've actually never seen that on a plane. I don't travel a whole lot by plane, but this was the first time I saw that. I thought it was super cool. I actually really enjoyed that. I had a movie rolling on my phone while I was watching the trip on the screen, and then out my window. So the plane takes off, and we see a variety of different things. I don't know what I took a picture of here. I can't really tell. 1 second, let me resize this to the screen. Maybe you guys can figure out what looks out of... Maybe I was just testing my camera here. Fit the screen, there we go. Nebraska. I don't remember where I was above or what. Oh, no, I see it now. The windmills. That's what I was taking a picture of, just to kind of show how big how high up we are, right? Because windmills are freaking massive. And, yeah, you get the windmills there, and they just look like little specks. I can't even, well, maybe if I zoom in this way, right? You kind of see them in the bottom left corner there. That's right. That's what I was taking that picture of, was those windmills. And then... we're just going to go through a bunch of these pictures. I thought this picture was cool. Yeah, like those little sand dunes there. I thought were kind of cool. This was probably near the edge of California when I was just getting into California. Just it looks so cool from high up, right? But they're probably massive, like sand dunes if you were down there. There was these. Anybody know what's up with these? Like all of these farms? Why are they all in circles like that? What are they farming that requires it to be in circles? Or are those crop circles? Is that where the aliens land? Aliens, yeah. I had a feeling you guys are going to go there. Alien landing pods. Okay. I meant to actually look that up and find out why they're all set up like that, because they're not set up like that in Canada. Like they're usually like in like a square grid. They do that for irrigation. It's the way they get watered. Oh, okay, that makes sense then. Well, I'm glad I asked you guys. Now I don't have to look it up. Flying over some mountains here. So took pictures. You know, the mountains are pretty high up. And high enough that there's still snow on them. And then another mountain. And I don't remember what this picture was for. I think maybe just because it was all like kind of like some of the earlier deserts. I think this picture was actually taken before a lot of those other ones. Like a little canyon here. I thought was super cool. And then I got a better picture of it right here. I thought that looked super cool from high up. Thing is massive. Big old, looks like a big old, what is that part of the body? I can't think of it. The Grand Canyon? I don't know. I don't think that's the Grand Canyon. Where is the Grand Canyon? I've never been there. That's not actually the Grand Canyon, was it? I just thought it was super cool flying over it, so I snapped a picture. I think this was just a bit before LA. Before California, sorry. San Andreas Fault? No. This is where Cali's gonna break off. Yeah, I don't know, but I thought it was super cool. I thought it was noteworthy enough that I wanted to snap a picture of it. More just like desert. Gojira will climb out of. Oh my goodness, not Gojira. And then these things, like what's up with these? They're like these little mountains. I mean, they're not little when you consider how high up we are, and like the windmills, for example, how tiny they were. But you got these hills that look like tiny little volcanoes. It's like little ant hills. Are there giant ants hidden in the crust of our Earth, and this is where they went in? Like, I thought those were kind of cool. Alien hubs. It's always back to aliens, isn't it? Always back to aliens. So, yeah, this is where the, like, Starship Troopers, this is where those aliens will come out of. Dune wormholes. Yeah, that'd be crazy. Um, Another, like, little canyon, but less of a, like, desert type-ish area. Still looks kind of arid. More desert. More desert. Um, some mountains. More mountains. So at some point during this, our flight ended up getting delayed a little bit because there was a big storm ahead of us. So I took a picture of it. We're high up. Like, we're at probably 30, 40,000 feet, and look how much higher this cloud is, right? So they ended up having to actually fly around this storm. So it ended up adding a little bit of time to our trip. And then as we were going right next to it, I took a picture on the side. It looked all fluffy and cool. But yeah, I guess they don't really want to be flying through storms. Makes sense. And then, we arrive in Cali. And where are the other pictures? Anyways, this was flying over Cali. We're, getting closer to landing here. And then we land. Now, we land in the Cali airport, getting off the plane and everything, super smooth. We end up, so get off the plane, don't have to worry about getting my my luggage, but I have an eSIM on my phone, right? So my phone was in airplane mode ever since I took off from Toronto. And I need to use my phone to book my Uber and communicate with everybody. I didn't want to do like a daily pass with my cell phone provider because they want to charge like fucking $16 per day. And I'm like, oh, hell no, I'm not doing that. I'm too cheap to be doing that. So I got eSIMs on my phone, and I got an eSIM. You're pretty sure that is the Grand Canyon? I might have to check that out. It might be. It was pretty freaking grand. Anyways, so I have an eSIM on my phone, right? And I paid for a data plan, and I landed in in LA, and I turned it off airplane mode, and no data, nothing. So I'm like, you got to be kidding me. How the hell am I going to order my Uber and all that stuff if I have no communication? So I'm sitting there. I end up having to spend like an extra 30 minutes to an hour in the LA airport because I'm trying to use their Wi-Fi to look up how to fix what was the issue with my eSIM. Turned out it was user error. I accidentally forgot to turn on data roaming, and that's why it wasn't working. So as soon as I got that on, after about 30, 45 minutes, it started working fine, and it was great. So I'm like, okay, finally, I can order an Uber. I'm already a little bit late because we had to fly around that storm. Now an extra 30 minutes, or it was somewhere between 30 minutes to an hour, figuring out my phone. I get that all figured out. It's time to order an Uber. So I open up the app. I go outside to the exit to my terminal. I see a bunch of traffic out there, so I'm like, yeah, I could probably just order an Uber to here. I go to order the Uber, and it says, says you got to make your way, you got to make your ass out to the LAX, the Lax It lot. I guess it's a parking lot where they have designated for picking up. Shut up, Dragar. For picking up all of the anybody getting picked up from the airport. I guess they don't want like a bunch of Ubers and stuff hanging out directly beside the airport. So I had to make my ass all the way down to this Laxit lot. So I'm like, okay, well, now I got to figure out how to get there. That probably took me about 15 minutes. It was really only about a 5-minute walk, but obviously I'm a tourist there and I don't want to get myself lost, so I'm taking my time making sure I know where I'm going. I find my way to the Laxit lot, order my Uber, great. Now I've been in LA, I'm still not at my hotel, but it's been like an hour and a half. I get to the hotel. The Uber ride was great. It was actually only like 15 minutes tops, a drive to the hotel, not even. But I get to the hotel to check in, and their computers are down. Oh, my God. So I'm like, okay, that's okay. I asked him how long it's going to be. He said, I'm not sure. He says, I'm going to restart it, see if it'll get working. I'm like, okay. So I take a seat. He said he'll call me once he gets it set up. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, you know what? I need to order dinner. I'm freaking starved. So this is the perfect opportunity. If I'm sitting here in the lobby anyways, I might as well order my food. Maybe my food will come. I'll be able to grab it. And then by then the computer situation will be solved. So I'm sitting there and I'm immediately looking up something to order. I asked the guy at the front desk what he recommends. And he recommended a place called Urban Plates. And I tried to find it on the Uber app and I couldn't find it. So I was like, oh shit, okay, well I guess I'm just going to order Harvey's. I don't really feel like spending too much time. So I pick out some quick things to order from Harvey's and I press order. And then it tells me, my phone says, we notice you're not anywhere near your destination. And I'm like, huh? And I look, I accidentally ordered the food to Ottawa because I was in Ottawa in April for one of my daughter's dance competitions. I ordered the goddamn food to Ottawa. So I'm like, oh, for fuck's sakes. So I got to cancel my order. They had a 50% coupon for me, and it consumed that coupon, and I had a $15 cancellation fee because I had to quickly cancel the order. So I lost my 50% off, and I lost my $15. Pissed me off. So I'm sitting there still waiting for this guy to fix his computer. I don't have food coming yet. I just wasted $15 and a 50% off coupon. But once I realize it and I change to the proper address, that Urban Plates is now on there because now I actually have it set for the proper hotel. So I end up getting to order from Urban Plates, and that was fantastic. It arrived, got my food. I was super hangry because by this point it's like, I think it was about 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock LA time. And I haven't eaten dinner. I'm fucking hungry. So, where is it here? I took a picture of it. It ended up being really good. Really, really good. This is what I ordered here. And it was a steak. You got steak on the side there with a little skewer with 5 shrimp. So, let me pull up my thing here. So, the steak's right here. And then there's like 5 shrimp, garlic shrimp on a skewer there. You had some like garlic roasted potatoes. You had some Brussels sprouts in balsamic glaze. And then there was a chimichurri sauce right here. And then, of course, a piece of bread here. This shit was really good. It was really good. So it was worth the wait. I'm kind of happy I didn't get Harvey's. I was still annoyed because I could have got 50% off this meal. But instead, I lost my 50% off coupon and spent an extra $15 on that cancellation fee. But the food was great. It was delicious. So I ate my food. I said goodnight to, unfortunately, because of all the delays, it was now midnight back at home. And my kids were already in bed. So I talked to my wife very briefly. And then I just went to bed. So the hotel room. Here, I got a picture of that too. The television is... Wait. Oh, there it is. So here's a picture of the hotel room. And the TV is pointed away from the bed. So I ended up pulling that TV stand out and facing it towards the bed so I could rest in there and watch some TV. This was actually the next morning. So I put the TV back after I got up. And... one thing that I thought was super cool, and I wish when we travel for competitions with my kids, there was actually a full-ass kitchen back here. There was a stove, there was a toaster, there was a microwave up here, there was a sink, there was a dishwasher, all that shit. Oh my God, when I'm traveling for competition with my kids, I would love to have that because I hate having to constantly order food. And when I'm gone for a week, I'll actually just go grocery shopping and buy shit, bring it back to the hotel and make it myself if I have shit like that. So, unfortunately, I didn't get to use the kitchen at all because I was only there for a day, right? But, man, I wish I had a kitchen in a lot of the places I stay at for competitions. But yeah, so they had a buffet for breakfast. Nothing fancy, just your typical continental breakfast. They did have like eggs and sausages the first day and eggs and bacon the second day. The eggs were kind of rubbery, just scrambled eggs. Nothing super fancy, but it was good. You know, I was content with it. Definitely way better than ordering food for $20, you know? And then So the two ambassadors were supposed to be picked up first, and then Huntler was going to be arriving like an hour after them. And then when they picked up Huntler, they were supposed to grab me, and I think we're supposed to go back to the office. But when they grabbed the ambassadors, they went to go check them into the hotel right away. And God, why can't I remember his name? It starts with an A. Alton. The CM GM, either GM or CM Altian came to drop them off so they could check in their stuff in the hotel. And I guess they were unable to check in. It was too early. But because they were there, all of a sudden I get a message, hey, we're in the lobby. So I was like, oh, crap, I guess I'm going early. So we ended up going for coffee. I got to meet the ambassadors. I met Strega and Pooh were their names. Super nice guys. Just kind of shot the shit. They took us to a nice coffee shop there while we were waiting to pick up Huntler or waiting for Huntler. We ended up sitting, having coffee, chatting for a while. It was a really nice coffee shop. They only did drip coffee, and I got like this. I drink my coffee black. It was like a dark roast, but with like a cherry hint to it, but not like cherry flavor, like cherry. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it, but it was like super subtle, right? Just hints of cherry in it, but you could get it. Super enjoyed the coffee. They ended up bringing us to the office to go get Huntler, and then we got to sit and chill in the office until Huntler got there. And the first thing I noticed when we walk in the door, I look over to the meeting room, and there's this mace on the desk. And I see that there. It's just resting on the desk behind me, right? And I think to myself, oh my God, is that the meeting room? What happens if somebody makes a bad suggestion? Do they get bonked over the head with that shit? I thought it was just like a replica or something like that. But the thing is actually like pure steel. Like it had some heft to it. So that is obviously the Nova Mace. I had to pick it up and get a picture with it. I thought it was super cool. I had to be very careful putting it down because I'm sure if you just drop that shit on the desk behind it, it would take the whole desk down with it. So I thought it was super cool. They let me get a picture with it. We sat in that office room and just kind of talked for a little bit while we waited for Huntler. Huntler arrived, talked a bit more. And then we ended up going, they took us through like this courtyard area. Or wait, no, we did the tour around the office first. So I obviously don't have pictures in the office. I would have loved to take pictures, but I knew they would have said no. Because while we were going through, they're like, okay, so this is our GM team. They handle support. These people handle this, that, right? They're taking us through the office. And the whole time, like, everybody's being super friendly. One thing I have to say about the office is everybody is so friendly, so hospitable. The moment you're in the door, they're treating you like family. It exceeded my expectations tremendously. I thought it was going to be more of like a formality. Like they were like probably told by PA out of head office, like, yeah, we want some feedback. We want you guys to get a couple people into the office to come and give some feedback. And it was more of a chore for them. They're like, oh man, now we got to entertain these streaming losers to come in here, especially Huntler. Like, we got to entertain Huntler and bring him down here and be all nice to him. So I thought they were going to be like kind of dragging their asses and being like, okay, come check over here. But no, they were super hospitable, super nice. You felt like the family as soon as you were in the door. Everybody was so welcoming. But while we were doing that office tour, right, they have everybody's in front of their computers. Some of them are sitting there and saying hi and whatnot. And I'm sitting there and I'm trying to be nice, right, make eye contact and say hi to everybody. But at the same time, I'm trying to look over their shoulders. Like, can I see like something going on over there? We think Wukong's coming. Can I maybe see a glimpse of Wukong? I couldn't see shit. I think they were probably told, okay, we're going to do a tour. Make sure any sensitive material is off your monitors. Because a lot of them, they were sitting at the desktop, right? Or maybe Discord was open. Or maybe it was just like idling on their character. And for those of you who think that they don't play the game, there was actually quite a bunch of them there they were actually playing Black Desert. So they definitely do play the game. So they take us through the office. They were all super nice. Unfortunately, I couldn't spot anything. And even if I did, I obviously wouldn't be able to share it. I would have loved to be able to snap some pictures because maybe there was something I could have missed. We get to the back break room. They got a really nice big back break room. And they show us a little room where they're going to later show us the Crimson Desert demo. but that's for after lunch. So I'm trying to think of what we did right after that. This is all. So there, I'll explain this. At this point, I'm tired. Okay, so my anxiety leading up to this, I'm typically not an anxious person, but this is a pretty big trip, so it is. I'm thinking about it a bit before I go. I didn't get much sleep the night before, so at this point, I'm a little tired, but it's not a big deal. But we talk for a bit, and we're like, okay, we're going to actually go down to this meeting area and just have a nice little chit chat. So they take us down and out the building again, through this beautiful courtyard that's between the two buildings, and into the next building. And they have like a nice little, like, kind of like a lounge area, but there's like some tables and stuff. We get to all sit around it. We have a nice discussion. We talk about a variety of things. The one thing that I'm pretty confident I can say is they clearly play the game. They clearly feel, if it genuinely felt like I was talking to people, like the same way you would sit in Discord with your friends and talk to them about the game, their thoughts and feelings about the game. You can tell that these people play the game too. They have a lot of the same thoughts and feelings as we do about the game. But we're sitting there, we're having our discussion. This is just before lunch. We notice that just out the window, so we're on the ground level of this building, and just out the window, there's this guy chilling, just laying there in the bushes, feet there, just kind of kicking it, relaxing. And we're like, that's kind of funny. I noticed that under one of the trees, there's a bunch of clippings down on the ground. So I'm like, oh, he's probably like one of the groundskeepers, and he's just taking a break, right? So we're just chilling there talking. This guy's just kicking it in the bush, living his best life. And I respect the hell out of it. Beautiful day, too. Beautiful by my standards. It was like 22 degrees, so maybe that's kind of cold for Californians, if that's how they are referred to. But it's a beautiful day, by my standards at least. And we continue to have our conversation. Eventually, I was right. A truck pulls up and a couple more guys get out, and the guys get back to work. That guy gets up, they all go back out. They're trimming down the trees. They're the groundskeepers, right? Then we decide to go for lunch, and on the way out of the building, I realize, oh shoot, I need to check in for my flight tomorrow, right? Because I'm there, I stay for a day, then I'm gone the next day. And I want to get a nice window seat. I've never been on a 787, so I'm like, I want to get on the app and get my window seat as quickly as possible. Reminder, I'm also tired at this point. I had to get up early. I probably drank too much coffee. And I don't do well, like when I'm in a vehicle, I need to be looking out the windows. I'm always driving. I can't read or anything while I'm in a vehicle. I will get motion sickness. And I tried to quickly book my seat before we got to the vehicle, but unfortunately there was a bit of a delay. I had to put in like my ticket number. I had to put in my passport number. I had to put in the expiration date. So luckily I had pictures for all this stuff, and I had to do all this stuff while I was doing it. But I had to look at my phone while I was in the vehicle, and I should have just put my phone down and been like, fuck it. If you lose the window seat, you lose the window seat. But that shit, I got motion sickness on the way for lunch, and I just could not get my head out of this fog between the tiredness, the lack of sleep, and now that I couldn't eat lunch. So they took us to this really nice restaurant called American something Grill. It was a really nice place, and they had great food. I should have got the cowboy ribeye. Now that I think back, I ended up getting the brick chicken, and it was, Waffle Stomper. That was I actually wanted to try to get seat 11A just for the memes, but I think that was in like first class. I would have had to pay like an extra $2,000 to get that seat. My head is still not right too. I still haven't recovered. It's actually kind of bothering me. I might make a doctor's appointment because I still feel like kind of like in a head fog. But so we get there. I can't eat. My appetite is gone. My head is like, I'm spinning. I can't focus on things. I'm trying my best to still be engaged in the conversation, but I have to step outside for a minute and just get some fresh air and try to like look at stuff in the distance. For those of you who get like motion sickness, if you're on a boat and stuff, usually the best thing to do is to try to like find something in the distance, like land, and kind of focus on that. So I go outside to get some fresh air, focus on some stuff in the distance. It kind of calms down my head a bit. I'm still in like this head fog. But I go back inside. I can't eat my lunch. My stomach is bothering me too much. Or my head's bothering me too much. So I just get my food box up. We have the conversation. We chat. I'm nearsighted. Yeah, yeah, very very nearsighted, or farsighted. No, I'm nearsighted. That's right. I wear glasses for stuff in the distance. So yeah, I get my food packaged up. We go back to the office. We sit, we chill, we talk. We kill some time in the lounging area in the office while they get the Crimson Desert Debo ready for us. Just one second, you guys. Yeah, this has just been pics. Need a horny bonk emote. No. So we're just sitting there chatting. Etsu's been like working the whole time, so he didn't have a lot of opportunities to kind of sit and talk with us. But I guess that was just about the time where he was like taking a little break before he actually started the live stream that day. So he shortly after that he did the live stream where apparently he wiped on Gumiho for like 2 hours. Just gonna say I think Gumiho took me like 30 minutes. So be that what it may. But I was actually while Etsu was doing that stream, I was just in the next room. Um, I don't know why I didn't think of it. I should have asked if I could just go on and just wave to chat for a minute. I should have, but yeah. Um, so that's when we started the Crimson Desert demo. So Crimson Desert, as you know, I've been actually pretty optimistic about it. I think Crimson Desert is going to be a pretty cool game. And I think the best way I can describe how it felt to me is it almost feels like a crossover between, and Hunter describes it differently, but I think there's some similarities. I don't know the games that he references it to, but the best way I could describe it is it feels like it might be, and don't take my word for it, this is just the feel, is it's going to be kind of like a Breath of the Wild type feel to it, like the Zelda Breath of the Wild, where you have like this open world and you can have this quest that takes you through it, or maybe quests that branch out. We only had time to go through one area, and but it feels like that, but with like Arkham's combat, Batman Arkham Knight, like it, but way more in depth combat. Like PA knows how to make combat. For a while there, I was wondering, right, when it came to like making arenas in BDO and RBFs, I'm like, why does it feel like they're struggling to make content that other games have done well in? But they have this amazing combat system. It made me think that the combat was a fluke in BDO. That it was just a fluke that they did it by accident. No, Crimson Desert completely dispelled that. The combat in Crimson Desert feels so damn nice, so damn nice. Just like the different buttons you press, we had to play it with a controller. I would have preferred mouse and keyboard. I don't do a lot of console gaming, but the like depending on how you're moving and pressing an input will completely change the attack, right? So the best example I can say is like with grapples, right? So if you if you walk up to a mob and you press, we'll just say for the sake of like BDO relation E, you press E to grab the monster, you just grab them, slam it down like a warrior. Now if you hold the button, you'll grab them and you'll pick them up and you'll throw them. If you're walking towards them, you'll grab them and you like choke slam them. If you're running towards them and you press it, you'll like do a lunge and like tackle them. If you're doing side things, you'll throw them down. Basically, every ability you're doing has a different interaction depending on what you were doing just before you press that. So it feels like there's going to be so much ability for like these cool like montage moments of you just slaying hordes of mobs. There's also sounds like foreplay. Shut up. So here we'll pull up one of the pictures here. Why does it have that there? Wait, why is it not? Is it not letting me do? Oh, shoot. I didn't extract it. That's why. Sorry, just give me 1 second. There we go. So they drop us. They have like a preset. They have a save point ready for us, right? They actually had multiple save points ready for us, so we could get to the more important parts more quickly. And they started us in this like battle where like this area is being sieged and attacked and you have to go help. And my first impressions immediately, first thing I asked right off hop was, okay, before we get started, what hardware are we running this on? And it was reasonable hardware. It wasn't like super top of the line, but it was pretty good hardware. And then the game is running at 4K with everything cranked up, no fake frames that we see with like Nvidia, and the game is running beautifully. This engine they've made was running so smooth. I have a pretty good eye for spotting anything that starts dropping below 100 FPS, and it was smooth the whole time at 4K with no upscaling or anything like that. It was running so nice. I've never played Shadow of Mordor, so I don't know the comparison. But yeah, the combat, no frame generation. Yeah, flames, smoke, there's explosions and stuff going on everywhere. I got a video I'm going to show you guys here. It is running absolutely beautifully. They have, I don't know if this is something that's new to BDO or this Black Space engine, but I'm sure some of you guys know what a sprite is, right? So it's basically just a flat texture that'll rotate with you in the distance to make sure that there's stuff out there, but they look kind of off. You can tell that it's just a flat texture in the distance. Well, they have like something that's like an updated sprite that looks a lot better and has the level of detail adjust as you get closer to it, and it looks so much more seamless in the background without obviously having the load of having a fully rendered tree in the background, right? But it looks like a fully rendered tree. Like it's so smooth, and I think that's probably why the game is able to load things so far in the distance while still being able to maintain like really good frame rates. Now, let's load up the video. Here, maybe I'll pause. I can't remember if this as audio. I will pause this, and we will do the whole demo here. So, boom. You guys have audio right now? Let me see. Oh, there is audio. 1 second. Let me set it up so I can hear it too. Video source, monitor and output. You guys should still be able to hear this. Okay, so let's rewind it. So this is what we got to experience. So this is the Black Bear Siege, it's called. And it's just an area being sieged. You're there to help him. Just before we get to this area, he's kind of showing off the engine to us and what it's capable of. It isn't in this demo. I've already watched this once before this. The water is super cool. The water is actually an object. So like when you step in the water, you can see it flowing around your legs, and it's soaking up the fabric of your gear, and interacting with your character, right? Your character is visibly getting wet slowly up his body while you're standing in the water. And like I said, you can see it flowing around your legs. It's not like it's just going through you, like you're just standing in something. There's definitely a focus on hyperrealism. I thought that the water was a little too reflective, but it still looks super, super, super good. You know what I would have liked to have seen that I didn't get to see is how swimming is in that game, because we all know how swimming feels in Black Desert. I should have asked if we could jump in the water. I didn't think of that, but the water looks super good. There was really nice reflections coming off of the water of things in the distance. I think he said it was something different than normal ray tracing. But either way, it looks super good. The engine, like I said, the whole time it's running smooth like butter at 4K. Now the combat itself, like right here is your magic. It's this little leaf here. So you got like 5 charges here, and every time you kill a mob, one of those recharges. And every time you use that magic, so you have your normal attacks, and depending which way you're moving and which attack you do, it'll do a different attack. Well, you can also imbue your different attacks with magic and make them stronger, and it'll consume one of these. So you're doing that also through the fight. You had 2 weapons equipped, so like here you see a spear on his back, and he has a... here, let me... As you can see, the particles and stuff look super nice. So you have rolling, blocking, and parrying. Now, depending on the attack that the monster is doing to you, or the monster or the boss or whatever is doing to you, you will want to decide whether to dodge, block, or parry. It's not like Dark Souls where you're just always dodging. It is, in fact, like if you block an attack, it'll consume stamina. Every time you roll, it'll consume stamina. And I think when you parry, it'll also try to consume stamina. Now, the parry, if you do a perfect dodge, I think it doesn't consume the stamina. If you time a perfect block, it won't consume the stamina. And if you do a perfect parry, you'll do, I think, a counter attack, if I remember correctly. So there's all these timing-based things that you're trying to do as well at the same time that feel really cool when you're doing them properly. As well as doing all of these really cool attacks. And then there's also elements. So they showed us a few elements that you're able to also imbue your attacks with. These just regenerate. These charges just regenerate over time. And it was super cool being able to imbue your attacks and stuff with that. So, like, that was just like the forward grab there where he just slammed the guy down. If he was sprinting, he would have actually did like a jump tackle. Now this, at any time too, you can also pull out your bow. You have a bow available to you. And in this scene right here, you're working with the siege. You actually just recently helped repair a cannon just before you went into this village. And now you're using your arrows as like markers for that cannon to call in like an airstrike. So he fires it here. It turns off to the side, but then you see the airstrike come landing in. So it's super cool. Lots of the area is all destructible too. So like as you're hitting certain things, with the airstrikes are hitting them, things are falling and crashing and things are burning on the ground. Who's playing right now? We got to go through this area, but me and Hunter aren't playing. I don't know who's playing. This is just the video they provided for us. Because there was some stuff. Obviously, we had to navigate through menus to equip our food and stuff. Like you can see the food right here as well. And there was stuff in the menus you could tell being like, okay, close your eyes, don't look. Like he said that just jokingly, but you could tell that they didn't want us to see a bunch of stuff. So he was really, really quickly navigating through some of the menus to set stuff up for us. So obviously they wouldn't want some of that stuff shown in a demo where it could just be paused and then analyzed. But yeah, there's also like a weapon swapping system. So it looks like you can have 2 weapons equipped at once, and you're going to be able to swap between them. So like I tried to mess around with the greatsword. It was a little bit too slow, and I was all thumbs with the controller, but like to swap, I had to put up my block and hit a button, and then it would swap to the other weapon. So it was really cool. I think it's going to be really similar to like Awakening classes in BDO, where you can swap between 2 weapons. And this is speculation, but I think it's not going to be so much like you pick your class. I think it's going to be more like games where your playstyle is going to depend on the weapons you choose to have equipped. and then you're going to get to imbue them with like your magic abilities, whether it be just like your general magic or the element that you choose, right? But yeah, here we go. So this is like a little tank tower type thing that is surrounded in cannons. It's just shooting out everywhere around you, and you got to figure out how to destroy it. And this is all running at 4K, like it's running super nice. So this is he does the double jump, and then that's using one of your magic charges to get like another jump. So kind of think of it as like Iron Man. This was kind of how I thought of it, right? You know how Iron Man will use his like hand thrusters to kind of jump him in the air? Well, you can do that with your magic charges, and you can use that to kind of jump. So he gets a couple extra jumps into the air with it, and then he goes into like the glider mode to get on top of it. It's kind of loud. And then you blow it from above, and then it explodes. So like it's super cool. And then this is where after kind of like working your way through that fight, you eventually make it to this boss, Cassius Morton. And he's super tanky, right? You're attacking him the whole time, and you're like barely even scratching him. As you can see here, like his health is barely moving. But there's this bar underneath right here that is that yellow bar, right? Underneath the health bar. That's like a stun bar that's building up as you're hitting him. So you're building that up. You eventually get him stunned. I also asked them, because I was like, the game feels kind of easy. I hadn't actually played yet. Huntler was still playing. And like every time Huntler was getting hit, it didn't seem like it was taking off a lot of health. I said, is there going to be like a harder mode to the game? Or... because it looks kind of easy. And he goes, oh, no. He goes, it's pretty tough. And I found that out once I started playing. I felt like I had all thumbs. But they had equipped us with gear that basically made it so the mobs did less damage, so we could get more of an experience and weren't just constantly dying. So it looks like it is going to be a lot more challenging than the demos have made it look. So he gets the stun here, and then he uses his magic to lift up things from the environment, which you can do. And then he just slams the guy over the head with it. Now, I don't know if Huntler said it, but Huntler kind of struggled with this part. He had a really difficult time beating this boss. I did beat it, so take that as you will. But yeah, it was super fun. And like this boss, I died probably about a dozen times while trying to fight him. He would just be like, the boss would be comboing you, and he'd get you pinned up against the corner and just start beating you relentlessly. Now you'd have a button, like I said, to heal, to use your food, but there's a bit of a delay, right? They don't want you to be able to just instantly hit it and heal to full. So there is like a little bit of a eating delay. And if you get hit, it'll interrupt that. So there was a lot of times where I'd be low on health and I'm trying to heal, and the boss is just comboing me, and then I'd die, and then I'd have to respawn. And luckily, I guess it was set up so I could just respawn on the spot. I wouldn't have to go back and start over. But yeah, it was super cool. It was a super fun fight. The combat felt challenging, and I got my ass kicked. I did eventually beat this guy. So it was super cool. How many crons does it drop? Yeah, I didn't actually get to loot them. Oh no, wait, we did get to loot them. We looted a couple weapons off of them. But yeah, like I said, it feels like the classes are going to be based off of just like your weapons that you collect, and kind of like Borderlands. How like if you want, you could play with a shotgun or a sniper rifle or a machine gun, and that kind of determines like how you're going to play through the game. It feels like this is going to be like that too. But yeah, the engine feels so good. The game greatly exceeded my expectations. Getting your hands on it, like when you're watching any of the other demos, you're looking at it, you're like, oh, that looks kind of simple. Once you get your hands on it and you realize like all the different combinations you can do, you realize, oh my God, this is going to feel fun. Like once you get it down, it's going to feel very satisfying once you start being the one pulling off combos on the mobs instead of the mobs kicking your ass. Is it PvP also? I don't know if there's any multiplayer. From what I understand, it is supposed to be just a solo player game. Like I said, it gave me the vibe like it's going to feel like a Breath of the Wild meets Arkham Knight kind of deal, or Arkham Asylum. I can't remember which of the two. I know there's two of them, but whatever the newer one is. But with a much more intricate combat system. Like if there's one thing BDO does well, or Perlibus does well, it's combat. How is the storytelling? Now, like I said, we only got to go through that one area. It didn't seem cumbersome, the bit of the story that we went through. It seemed like it was nicely paced. It wasn't like BDO where you're sitting there just waiting for the NPCs to yap to each other. Like it felt, the little bit that we experienced, it felt like there was really nice pacing. So, but there was just a fraction of what we experienced, right? The world, it seems like is going to be massive. It looks like they're trying to create like a really big world, as you could see in the previous trailers too, right? The Elder Breath of the Witcher Scrolls Batman. Yeah, maybe. So it felt super good. It exceeded. I've been pretty optimistic about the game already, and it exceeded all of my expectations of how it was going to feel. In every way, I thought that maybe it would have faults, or even in ways I thought it couldn't be better. It exceeded it every single step of the way. So I am super excited for Crimson Desert. I am 1,000% going to stream it. When this comes out, we will definitely be streaming our playthrough of it. So yeah, Crimson Desert was an absolute blast. Absolutely loved it. So we got to play that demo. Then we had another little talk. And then we were about to head out for dinner. So by this point, I think it was about 5 or... No, I guess it was like between 6 to 7 o'clock. And it was just about time to go for dinner. My head is actually still spinning. In fact, the gameplay was so smooth that I think it kind of brought back a little bit of my head spinning that I was experiencing a little bit earlier in the trip. So at that time, I still had my lunch. They let me put it in the refrigerator while we were there at the office, and it was time to go for dinner. And my stomach still wasn't feeling great, and I was like, you know what? There's no point in me going for dinner with you guys. As much as I would love to spend more time with them, once again, I would like to reiterate how hospitable they were. They were all super nice. They made you feel like family. You honestly felt like you've been there day after day after day, like you've been working there. They treat you like family when you're there. And it kind of pisses me off, because it is so much easier to be angry at them when they're just a name on a screen. But now that I know how nice they all are, and maybe this was their plan all along, now that I know how nice they all are, and I have a face to all of them, it's going to be so difficult for me to be pissed at them. It makes me angry. I just want to be angry. But now I'm going to picture all these fucking nice people. Oh my God, how could you do this to me? So... yeah, it was time for us to leave and go for dinner. And I told them, you know, as much as I would love to go for dinner and hang out with you guys, and this was probably a good thing, because this is going to get to the horror soon of my whole trip. But I told them, you know, I would love to go for dinner with you guys, but I'm still not feeling well. It doesn't feel right to go and order more food when I still have my lunch I can reheat in the hotel. I still regret not going. I would have loved to spend more time with them. Like I said, they were all super nice and super friendly. But on the way out, they let us take another picture. They had another thing. So like I showed that little flail before. Do I still have that picture? No, I don't. 1 second. So this was in the... oops, wrong folder. Right? So this was in their little meeting room here. So I got to hold that. And like I said, that thing was metal. That had some heft to it. Well, they told us about this Dracania sword they had that was pure metal too. And I was like, oh my God, I got to see it. So one of the guys comes out with it. I can't remember his name. I apologize to any of the people. I try my best to remember the names. I mainly remember the names of the people that we hung out with the most and talked with the most. But I apologize. I can't remember everybody's names. So... they let us take a picture with the Drac sword, and this is it here. So they had this sword. That thing was pure steel and actually had an edge on it. It wasn't like razor sharp, but it was sharp enough and heavy enough, like it probably weighed 20 to 30 kilos, that if you actually swung that at somebody, you would do damage. You could 100% do serious damage to people. So They brought it out, right? The guy brings it out. He's carrying it like this, point down, right? Tip down. And I think they just thought I wanted to pose with it like this into the ground. I'm like, oh, hell no. I got to pick this thing up and hold it properly. So I go to pick it up, and then the one guy's like, whoa, there's somebody behind me. He's like, watch it. And, make sure I don't accidentally hit them with the backswing. So I'm holding this thing, and man, it feels so good in your hands. Like this thing, it was probably, it wasn't as tall as me, but it was probably up to about here. Like it is a big, pure steel sword. And like I said, it had a good enough, it wasn't razor sharp, but I promise you, if I swung it at that desk, I would cut that desk in half with the weight that it has and how heavy it is. Even when I was passing it back to them, like I was careful because I had to bring it back down, point down, and rest it back on the floor. That's a concrete floor. I'm sure if I just let that thing go down, it could have took a chip out of the floor. And then I took another picture with it too. So, and then another one with it over the shoulder like that. Like it was super cool. It was such a cool sword. So, who's this goofball in the pic? Somebody ban this man. They then took a picture with all of us, and I asked these guys if they mind if I share this. They all said they don't mind. So this was the four of us that went. There's myself, Huntler, Strega, and Pooh there on the right, and all super tremendous guys. Super pleasant to be around. Huntler not so much, but the rest were pretty good. Actually, no, I kid. Huntler is an awesome guy to hang around too. So at this point, one of the GMs, so that they're standing behind the camera, right? And they're like, okay, say cheese. And I guess everybody didn't smile. And then somebody else was like, say buff sage. And obviously my face lights up. The other two on the end are laughing. Huntler's looking down like, oh, don't even fucking joke about buffed sage. So, what class does Huntler play? He plays a wizard. So, yeah, it was tremendous. So after this, I grabbed my food. We went back to the hotel. The other guys got to check into the hotel. I ended up just going back to my room. It was about 7 o'clock LA time, so it was 10 o'clock at home time. Because I was home a little bit earlier, I called my kids. I said goodnight to them. My head was still spinning. I reheated my food. I managed to eat that, so it was nice. I got to go to sleep. Now, this was probably a good thing. So because I was back so early, my flight the next day wasn't until 11. Yes. So my flight wasn't supposed to leave till 11 again. I just realized both my flights actually left at 11, both there and back. So I ended up sleeping for 10 hours that night because I just wasn't feeling right. Like I said, my head is still in a bit of a fog. And I feel kind of bad because I don't feel like I was able to give them 100% of me while I was there because my head was like in that fog. So I feel kind of bad for that. But they were all super pleasant people. But I didn't get a chance to do any shopping, and I want to pick something up for my kids. So I'm like, I'm going to go to you're normally supposed to go to the airport 2 hours early. I'm going to go there 3 hours early. I wake up, I have breakfast at the little buffet. They had bacon that morning. The first morning they had sausage. And then as soon as I eat, I call my Uber. I get to the airport. And then I go to check into my flight first before I go to like the gift shops. And I go to the first little kiosk, and I try to check in, and it says error. I try again, error. One of the ladies comes up and asks me, you having some issues? You need some help? I said, well, this thing keeps messing up. She goes, okay, well, let's try this next one. It's probably just the machine. Try that one, messes up. Try a third one, it messes up. And the guy goes to try to bring me to a fourth one. I'm like, okay, we've tried 3 of these machines. Not all of your machines are broken. He's like, yeah, you're right. So he brings me up to the front desk, and we go to manually do it. They tell me, we regret to inform you that your flight has been delayed 4 hours. I'm like, oh, no. I said, my connecting flight is supposed to be an hour and a half after I land. So if my flight is delayed 4 hours, that means my flight is going to be gone when I get there. In fact, my flight is already going to be landed at home by the time I land there. So they say, yeah, they'll have to deal with that in Toronto. But they handed me my boarding passes. And at the time, I didn't realize they already pre-booked me on the next flight afterwards. I found that out later. But now I'm at the LA airport like 7 hours early. I'm aware that I'm going to miss my next flight. I'm kind of pissed. I'm actually quite pissed. So I'm sitting there, I'm messaging my wife, I'm all fucking angry, and I have like 7 hours to kill before we start boarding. So I'm in the airport for about 8 hours before our flight, from about 7:30 a.m. till about 3 o'clock, and we eventually get boarded on our flight. Now, one thing that was nice, two things that were nice, because my flight was delayed. I guess there was a lot of cancellations, and yeah, it was definitely nice that I had all my stuff with me. There was a lot of because there were so many cancellations. My whole row was empty. So when I booked my flight, or sorry, when I checked into my flight that day before, I couldn't actually get a window seat. I had to sit between two people. So I was like, oh, great. I'm not going to get a window seat. I'm not going to get an aisle. This is going to suck. Well, because of the flight delay, I ended up getting that whole row to myself. There was nobody sitting with me. So it was super comfy. I had lots of space. I lifted up the armrests. I could just sit in the middle one. Tons of space. So that was kind of nice about the delay. Also, something that was super cool that I never even considered was because of the delay, it also meant that we would be flying home during sunset. And because we're flying away from the way the Earth is rotating, it accelerated the sunset as well on top of it. So I caught a little picture out the window here of the sun setting in the background. I have a little video too. Now it looks like there's a purple hint to it. We're at 41,000 feet right now, right? So it's actually super cool being able to see a sunset at 41,000 feet. I've never seen it. I'm sure people who fly all the time see it all the time. So it's not as interesting to them, but it was cool to me. But the windows were super cool. It wasn't like other windows where you have like a shade that you pull down to close the window. There was actually buttons on the 787, the Dreamliner, that adjusts the tint of the window. So you can have it at max, so there's no tint, and it looks perfectly fine. And then there's 5 settings that go down, and then once you're at the very bottom one, it completely blocks out any light coming through. Now, the reason why there's a pinkish purple hue there is I guess they don't want people looking directly into the sunset. So once the sunset started happening, all the windows on the plane automatically dimmed to like the second lowest setting. Because I guess they don't want people to go and look out and blow out their eyeballs looking directly into the sun, right? So that's why there's that bit of a hue to it. But it was super cool to watch. I took a little video of the sunset. It would have looked a lot better without the tint, but I could understand why they don't want to have people trying to have a lawsuit against them because they were so dumb they were looking in the sun. I took another picture here. Yeah, it would have been nice if the windows were clean a bit more. Here's another picture of it. It was didn't really adjust the brightness very well for it there. This picture kind of shows you how bright it actually was. And then shortly after that, I forgot to show. Oh, I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. So while I'm waiting, pissed off in the LA airport, I decided to stop at this place to get a burger. This was actually really good. I guess Habit was called. It was like this was their char burger. It was actually really good. Really, really good. I had this in the LA airport while I was waiting with the Dr. Pepper. And then I took a picture when we were first flying out of LA. We got to fly out over the ocean, and then they just did a kind of UE and then started going back. And then there was the sunset and all that. Didn't get to sleep on the plane at all. I really wanted to sleep because I knew I was going to be spending a pretty long time in the Toronto airport. But yeah, as we're flying into Toronto, I get a picture of like the Toronto, get a picture of the city all lit up as I'm coming in. It's hard to take a picture of a dark background through a window because obviously it's light in the plane and you're getting reflections off of it. But I snapped a couple pictures. There's the CN Tower in the background right here, if you've ever been to Toronto. So it all looks super nice. So I land in Toronto, and I was originally supposed to land in Toronto at like 6 p.m. Toronto time, and I was going to arrive. I had an hour and a half time to check into my next flight, get through customs, and get to my next flight and get on the plane. That's how it was originally supposed to go. But because of the 4-hour delay, I missed my flight, my connecting flight. And at this point, I still didn't know that my next flight was already booked. But I ended up going to it was like a rat race around the airport. I had to go through customs, declare anything that I have. Super quick and easy, very seamless. Got through customs, and it was around midnight now. And I'm getting to I'm like trying to rush to the Air Canada front desk so I could be like, okay, what's going on with my next flight now that I missed this one? I didn't know that it had already been arranged. I felt kind of dumb. But once I got up there and I talked to the guy, you could tell he's wrapping up and he's kind of doesn't want to talk to anybody, but they're trying to do good customer service. And he's like, what's going on? So I explained to him how I missed my flight, and then he shows that on my second boarding pass that they printed for me in LA, they had already pre-booked me for the next flight, but he says, yeah, it looks like you missed your flight, but we already got you booked for the next flight. It's at 8 a.m. in the morning. Go get comfy, basically is what he said. So he told me where the like seating area was in the airport where I would be the most comfortable. I ended up walking around the airport a bit, but now I had 8 hours more to kill in the Toronto airport at night. I'm tired as hell. I didn't get to sleep on the plane, and now I got to spend 8 hours in the airport. So I'm like, shit. Well, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten dinner, so I decided to go and try to find something to eat. Now, because it's past midnight, all of the restaurants in the Toronto airport are closed. And no, they covered it. They just booked me on the next one automatically. I didn't have to pay anything for it. It was just a nuisance, right? And to be fair, like I don't blame them for the delay, right? They were trying to avoid a storm in Toronto when the plane was originally supposed to come pick me up. That's just the price of the safety that airplanes are, right? Planes are the safest way to travel because they're not gambling, trying to fly through storms and shit, right? But anyways, I'm in the Toronto airport. I'm hungry, and if I wanted to drive home from Toronto, it would be a 23-hour drive, so that's completely off the table. It's only an hour and a half flight. So anybody who knows like where Toronto is in my home city, there's a giant lake in between it that you would have to drive all the way around. But yeah, I'm hungry in the airport. I'm like, what am I going to eat? All the restaurants are closed. There's basically just a Tim Hortons. And then I noticed that there's a 7-Eleven open. And I'm like, yo, wait a minute. I haven't had 7-Eleven food in a while. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll get some of that. Seemed reasonably priced too. So I ended up getting some 7-Eleven food. On the right there was 6 chicken wings, which were good chicken wings. On the left there is some potato wedges and a taquito. Now, in hindsight, I should have known better. It turns out that potato wedges that had been sitting under a heat lamp until midnight kind of resemble the texture of sand wrapped in paper with a little bit of seasoning on them. So I shouldn't have got those. I should have knew better. I ate them anyways. I was freaking hungry and I paid for them. So I'm eating them. The chicken wings were good. The taquito, though, it was a jalapeno cheese burrito, taquito, sorry. And I didn't expect it to be as spicy as it was. And I took 2 bites into it and I was like, oh my goodness. I can't finish this. This is going to be too hot. I'm going to pay for this. And I ended up paying for it anyways. I threw it out. I ate half of it and I couldn't eat the other half. I knew it was just going to be problems. And it ended up being problems anyways. Should have gotten a hoagie. In hindsight, I should have. Did that. But so I ate that and then I spent like the rest of the night just trying to kick it in the airport. I did walks and laps around, just kind of checking out what was going on there. I watched multiple movies on my phone. I was in the airport for 8 hours. It was dead quiet in there. And then at one point, I pulled up a section of floor, and I'm just kind of kicking it. So, like, I guess you can't really see the picture here, but I have my head rested on my bag. Along every wall, you can't really see it, but there is... Maybe you can kind of see it. You can tell, like, the airport is designed, they don't want people leaning against stuff and sleeping. So, because there's like these metal bars along the bottoms of every wall that will like prevent you from getting comfy up next to them. Even all of like the chairs and the furniture, you could tell it's all designed in a way to prevent people from laying down on it. They want you sitting only, right? So not exactly the most comfortable experience. I forgot that I was 41 years old and laying on a concrete floor for an hour wasn't going to be too good. I kind of struggled to get up. It was probably kind of funny to watch, and I was really stiff after. But I didn't get to sleep or anything at all. But yeah, that was me just chilling in the airport all night. Um, Finally, well, it was probably about 4 a.m. now. I've killed about half the time. And I'm starting to feel kind of snacky again, so I go back to the Tim Hortons. I get myself a coffee and I get myself a blueberry muffin. I eat and drink that. The muffin was great. And I try to fall asleep. I eventually find this area where I can like sit in a chair and rest my head because most of the areas, the chairs are like there is no headrest and they're like in the middle of the room, so there's nowhere for you to even rest your head up against the wall. But I found one area where there was seats up against the wall, so I kind of just found a spot where I could sit back and rest my head against the wall and fell asleep. There was probably a couple of times where I was snoring and I like just fell asleep, and then I'd wake myself up because I start falling over. It probably looked really fucking goofy. I had my coat with me with my hood, so I put that on and put my hood up to kind of shield my eyes a bit from the light. I ended up sleeping no more than 15 minutes. It was honestly, I probably would have felt less shitty if I didn't try to sleep. Because those little bits that I did fall asleep, I swear made me end up feeling even crappier. But my plane eventually arrives. I get on it. I get home. The plane ride home was fantastic. It was also super quiet. The plane was half empty. Um, yeah, I get home. I tell my wife, "You need to drive. I'm way too tired." And that was the end of the trip. It was fantastic. It was like I said, the people were a lot of fun. The PA team were awesome. The trip itself sucked. If I lived like just outside of Toronto or in Toronto, it would be so much easier to take the trip because there would be no layovers or anything like that. I got home. I legit had a shower because I was like, I got swamp ass. Oh, I forgot to explain. So before I getting onto my plane, it's about 5 minutes before boarding. And all of a sudden, that spicy talk, those chicken wings and the potato wedges had a little bit of heat to them too. All of a sudden, I feel a little bit of gurgling in my tummy. I'm like, oh no, 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 no. I don't want to stink up the plane. I'm like, okay, I'm going to go quickly hit the bathroom and then I'm going to go board. So I go to walk to the bathroom before taking my plane home, and there's a lineup for the stalls, and they're just starting boarding with my plane. I'm like, there is no shot I'm going to miss my plane. I'm going to risk shitting myself first before I risk missing my plane. So I go back, and thank goodness I did, because they were already almost done boarding my plane once I got back there because the plane was half empty, right? I guess because of all the delays, a lot of flights got canceled, and they boarded the plane, and we ended up taking off early. It wasn't a lot early, but enough that if I would have waited in that line to go to the bathroom, I would have been doomed. So I I got on the plane, and the first thing that I did is I walked to my seat, I opened the thing, put my bag up top, and I go straight to the back of the plane. I'm like, can I use the bathroom? She goes, oh yeah, no problem. So I go in there, everything's great, go back to my seat, crisis averted. Another lesson learned, don't eat spicy stuff before traveling. Um, but luckily, I didn't have to crap myself or miss my plane. Not that I'm in the habit of crapping myself. It's probably been a good 37 years since I've crapped myself, just to be clear. Um, so I make my way home, and yeah, you guys started the rest of the trip. So it was an awesome trip. I had a lot of fun. It If they asked me to do it again, it would be a really big battle because like how pleasant and how enjoyable the experience was with PA it was so nice. It was so good. Like I said, they were all so friendly, so hospitable. It was unbelievable. I did not expect them to make us feel that much like family, just right out of the gate, people they don't even know. But trying to balance that with the horrors of the trip, how annoying it was having to sit in airports. My ass was so sore. Those chairs in the airports were so uncomfortable. My ass was sore when I got home. Like I said, as soon as I got home, I told my wife, I'm having a shower, I'm going to bed. I've been sitting on my ass for 24 hours now, legit. I need to have a shower first before I go to bed. So I go to bed, and I ended up waking in the afternoon. My wife ended up waking me up around 1 or 2. She's like, "You probably don't want to sleep all day, do you?" And I was like, "No, I don't. I actually want to sleep tonight." So great trip, but my ass took a beating. It did. It did. But it was awesome. I really enjoyed the trip. I really, really, really enjoyed it. If it wasn't for how shitty the traveling was, I would do it again in a heartbeat. But how that the traveling experience and the delays and missing the connecting flight because of delays just made the whole thing an absolute hassle. So yeah, that was the trip, chat. Um, so, in regards, I know a lot of you guys are thinking you didn't talk about anything BDO related. Well, we can't. There's we did have some conversations. It was super lighthearted conversations. Just to be clear, like it wasn't they weren't like sitting there with a notepad being like, "Okay, tell us what we need to change about the game." There was nothing like that. It was just lighthearted conversations like, "Hey, what class you play? What's your gear score?" Like stuff like that, right? How do you feel about the game? Nothing like just it was more of like a small talk thing. So like we were there to hang out, experience the office, experience the people, and get to play Crimson Desert. That was the purpose of the visit. I know a lot of you guys want to be like, I've been seeing you guys type it. Dude, are they nerfing Shy? Are they nerfing Sage? No. So you didn't fix it. Hey, you know what? Me and Huntler couldn't repair the damage that you and Choice did. All the problems still rest on your shoulders, Divios and Choice. The fuck? Yeah, it was a lot of fun though. I am super grateful for the experience. And like I said, it pisses me off because like it's so much easier to be angry at the PA team when they're just names on a screen. But like now that I got to like hang out with them, break bread with them, right? And just hang out and talk to them and see how nice they are. And now anytime like if I go to yell at a name on a screen, I'm just gonna see that face and I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna see it in my head. I'm gonna be like, oh my god, they were so nice. I can't yell at them over a stupid game over pixels. Like they were such nice people. Hey Zeph, how was the trip? Vert, you bitch. I know what you're doing. Etsu got easier to yell at. Yeah. Etsu is a super nice guy too. We didn't actually get to spend as much time with him. This is part of the reason why I was super annoyed that I missed the dinner because of my head. Like I said, it was kind of a blessing because I skipped dinner and went back to the hotel and went to sleep earlier because of my head. I got a couple extra hours sleep before that whole headache of the delayed flights. So maybe it was a blessing in disguise. I am still kind of bummed out though because I know they did share a picture that I'm not in of after the dinner and Etsu was there. And I was like, fuck, man, that would have been actually a good opportunity to sit there and talk to Etsu because I've talked to him for years on either, like, even back when he was just a player and streaming, right? So, unfortunately, I didn't get to talk to him a whole lot because he was working, like, most of the time when we were in the office. So, I missed a good opportunity to kind of sit and talk with him. They gave me a headache? No, it was lack of sleep, the flight, and me trying to push my limits of motion sickness looking at my phone in a car. Um, but yeah, it was an awesome trip, and if it wasn't for the traveling, I would go back in a heartbeat. But because of the traveling, I would have to seriously contemplate it. I'm going to go make lunch now, though. I'm kind of hungry. Talking about food, I got some leftover stir fry that was made last night. Oh, also, while I was out eating, I had like almost nothing good aside from that sandwich on the first day while I was going there. Like even the lunch I ordered and stuff. Well, I guess I did have. Never mind. Disregard what I was about to say. I'm a dumbass. I completely forgot about one of the meals. Never mind. I'm an idiot. I'll be back though. I'm gonna go make myself something to eat. I'm just gonna go throw it in the microwave. I'll be back in a minute. And back. Oh, we're halfway there. That's some leftover stir fry from last night. So good. By the way, Wordle is so damn addicting. I'm a good sparkles enjoyer now. I might ask for advice here from you, if that's okay, Zethian. You rat. How dare you play my class? No, of course. I don't know if you saw the sageguide command. There's tons of really good information in there. But if there's anything that you feel like you don't quite understand, you have any questions, just feel free to ask. Just know that if we hit the chopping block and I see you roll off of it, I'm going to be angry. That's why I'm mad at all these new sages. Because I know they're going to break my heart when they leave the class after it gets nerfed. Breaker feels awake. Shut up, Samuel. Feels weak. Can you believe this guy, chat? You know, Sage is number 20 in the AOS leaderboards in C. They've adapted to it. We had a discussion about this earlier. If you remind me again after I'm done eating, it's kind of a long-winded discussion that I think is important. Sheriff, shut up. I love rice, man. I had to choose between either eating like rice, potatoes, or like noodles for the rest of my life, I'd pick rice. The strong contenders. I know. I picked those three because like it doesn't matter what kind of protein I'm making or what kind of veggie I'm making. It's always one of those three on the side. Now I love potatoes, and I think potatoes are more versatile. But no naan. Doesn't naan usually come with like a rice on the side? Like if you were to get like Indian butter chicken, right? It usually comes with like your butter chicken and some rice, and then the naan with it, right? I love naan bread, by the way. Especially you get like a nice garlic olive oil, put it on there, and just give it a nice little bake. But yeah, rice is like one of those things that like I don't feel like complete crap if I eat too much of it. If I eat too much like French fries or like mashed potatoes or basically any way you can make potatoes, my stomach just feels super heavy. It's like rice is a nice light starch. Called naan because it's all for me and you get naan. Is that why it's called nacho cheese? Because it's mine and nachos? You know what is awesome though? Potato pancakes. Oh my god, I make a mean potato pancake. I'm leaving. I can't see her after all those jokes. Oh, that's all it took? Perfect. We'll have to remember that for next time we see Monstrosity show up. You know what I loved? I don't know how old all you guys are, but the old 7-Eleven nachos, where they would have basically like a bin and you would go there with some tongs, you would fill a basket with chips, and then just right beside that machine, there was like a cheese pump, and you got to pump on as much cheese as you wanted. They ended up getting rid of that shit because I guess people were like me and they overused the cheese. I probably ruined it for you guys, but god damn, it was so good. My nachos would be swimming in that cheese. It was so good. Those were the good old days. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, we're done eating. Oh, our flame sold. We had a flame drop for us today, chat. I didn't even notice either. Chat was all mad at me because they're like, "Oh, it just casually drops a flame and doesn't even react." It's because I didn't notice. Wait, what's this? Basic cheddar cheese sauce. Is that the same stuff? This item cannot be shipped to your selected delivery location. They won't send that shit to me? This is bullshit. Probably something in it that Canada doesn't like. Did you, Divios? Even though we were getting stomped by Digi, I love these fights. I don't know about you, Divios. Aside from like all the DP memes and stuff like that, in general, I just like it's so much more enjoyable just fighting a guild that's kicking your ass than just rolling over guilds, you know? You got killed by a... Oh, I can't mouse over that in this window. Ranger and 2 autos standing in crazy awakened train because I was mistied. Then the next fight I lived, like 10 people comboing you. Yeah. Misties and the DP memes. It's funny because like Misty needs to exist because of the DP memes. And the DP memes need to exist because of Misty. It's like, I think we could all use with both of those removed from the game. Get rid of Misties and get rid of the 6 DR losers and 6 evasion losers. But she said she loved me. Nope. Burp, burp, burp. What's up, John? Oh, yeah, maybe we should make a bingo card. Do you guys want to make a bingo card? Or do you guys care? I only care if you guys care. You like the same one? Okay. Do we make ours a challenging bingo card? A lot of other people are trying to make sure that they get bingo. Maybe we should do like the super ambitious bingo card. I mean, there's some things that are obviously going to be in there. Like the free space in the middle is obviously a Jay's hammer. And turn up the music a little bit. Oh, let's unpause the redeems and stuff. I like that thumbs up. Yeah, Divios. I hope that they do something about evasion in PvE. It's crazy how much more damage I take with evasion boots. Oh, by the way, you guys, tomorrow's stream is going to be a later stream. So my daughter has her grad tomorrow. So at 9:30, we're going to be going to a hall. And I'm going to be starting my stream in the afternoon. And we'll be streaming into the evening tomorrow. So when I'm not live tomorrow, you guys know why. Really? Oh my goodness. You did not tell me, no. My oldest is going into middle school. Yeah, they're doing like a little, it's not like an official thing, right? Like, it's not obviously like a normal graduation, but I mean, they're leaving the school, they have a fun little event, there's gonna be like a little thing at a hall, and they do, there's gonna be dinner, and they get to hang out with friends. The parents have actually rented another hall for after too, so they could do like a little dance in the evening. After the stream today too, I'm gonna make a highlight of that conversation, and we'll have a link to a command. I need to make sure I'm hitting bosses too. I need to kill Udari. And I think Sangoon. Where the hell is Sangoon? There it is. Udari and Sangoon. There's only the 4 bosses, right? Udari, Sangoon, Pig, and Bulgacel, right? I really want to make sure I'm hitting those every week. Well, I mean, I guess we'll find out soon. Just in case the Sovereign Weapon. Like, I imagine if they're releasing, and I hope they don't, but I imagine if they do release Idana after the Heidel Ball, that will probably be a little bit of a delay till we get it on NA. And if I can get somewhat close to getting a Primordial Flame, I'd rather do that. We did, Jetson. We just finished. I'm going to make a highlight of the conversation. It was probably like an hour long, eh? But I'm going to make a highlight of it. Oh yeah, not even just 2 weeks. It's gonna go on and on and on. So yeah, I'm gonna make a highlight that whole discussion, then upload it to YouTube, or if it's long enough, have it on. I'll probably have it on both, and then yeah, I could just link to it. I think I'm gonna make some pasta for dinner. I want some spaghetti. You could take one thing from every decade. Oh, I don't know. I don't think I know enough about the 1950s, 60s, 70s, or even 80. I mean, by 1990, I was only 6 years old, right? So. I'll be back in a minute. Good job, we're back. Such a young pup you are. Hey, you know what? That's the nicest thing someone said to me all day. I did, Ryu. We finished about an hour ago. I'm gonna make a whole highlight of it, so it'll be easier to find. We'll just put a command link into it. Night shift. You just waking up, getting ready to start? Because it's like, what, 6:30 there right now? Fellow Sucksage here, just came back to BDO. Welcome to BDO again. No, I like Sucksage. planning to take a Deadeye, but some players told me it's been nerfed to the ground. No, it's still a really good class. It was broken before, so basically every new class that ends up becoming too strong, whenever it gets nerfed down to like a proper level, people will act like it's the worst class ever because they want that power, right? And without that power, they can't come to terms with the fact that they're just an average player, right? Yeah. Yeah, I was just sitting there watching it, just watching people go past it. Eventually it got picked up, but it was like 30 minutes or so later. What's up, Bruce? Driving to LA today? Oh. Holy shit. So I just took a look at where the Grand Canyon is, and I just took a look at a flight map from Toronto to LA, that picture was 100% the Grand Canyon. I didn't realize that. We legit flew right over it. I took a picture of it. I was like, damn, that looks cool. I'll be honest. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because it's so high up. You don't really get how grand it is because you're so much higher than it. But, I don't know. Probably looks a lot more grand when you're down there on the ground. The mobs, man. Right when I'm fighting them. At least I got one of those. I found it super annoying at first. I think it probably varies a lot on your class too. But once I got comfortable with it, it didn't feel so bad. It was super annoying at first, though. Video just booted up their adventure stream? Shit. We thinking Wukong announcement? I hope so. Everything is leaning that way. Gumiho 2 random? I actually didn't find him random at all. I mean, I guess his attacks are random, but I think that's a good thing. If it's just a normal attack pattern that you could just memorize, I think that shit gets boring. But I think every attack has enough of a tell that you can avoid it. As long as you're not getting yourself locked in animations. And this might be maybe a Sage privilege because I have fast animations, so it's hard to get locked in an animation I can't get out of. Yeah, I know. Same here. Yeah. Was he? Yeah, I think I saw Salt like a few days before I left, too. Yeah. It themes that attack, and then also when he does the 3 clones, or I guess the 2 clones and him, those are like the 2 best attack animations because you can get a ton of DPS in. That fight is definitely, in terms of like kill speed, it's going to be less about, I mean obviously the skill will be a factor, but it'll be largely determined by like who just gets lucky in regards to those animations. It might be a positioning thing, because I know with some bosses, depending on how you're positioned around them, they'll be more likely to do specific attacks. So it might be one of those things where you gotta just kind of play around with positioning and see if, like, one way is, makes some of those attacks more likely. Choice by Septimus, Norelio, and Jakun. We'll party up and fight through a D&D inspired... Oh, this! Yes, that's right! Oh. 800,000 crowns is crazy work? Yeah, I've been chipping away at it. Little Kudum. I don't know what the next boss is. A City of the Dead piece? No. Honestly, I don't think people should even really grind that anymore. Just wait until you can do Dark Seekers and then come in. I haven't actually had a telescope piece drop in quite some time though.
I am cheating. I am a hacker.
Hey, what's up, Pinks? How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Need to go outside? My dog has to go out. Second. Well, I meant to put that in guild chat. I'm sure you saw that. What's going on with it? Don't know. I just have nothing to spend my silver on, so might as well let it pile up. You never know, though. I think it's safe to assume eventually we're going to get sovereign armors, and getting 4 armors to deck is going to be real expensive. Yeah, no, they're not going to mention anything before the ball, because that's the whole point of the ball, is to mention stuff, right? I'm really hoping for lots of progression, though. I know I'm a bit of an outlier when it comes to playing this game, and obviously I create this issue of not having stuff to work towards myself because of how much I play the game. But I do reminisce of the days where it felt like there was an unlimited amount of things to work on. Shouldn't you have been part of the RP session, the BDO live stream? I was... Yeah, I mean, it would have been cool, but it wouldn't have worked out for me time-wise. I gotta go pick up my kids from school in a couple hours. Actually, normally they start the live streams in 2 hours from now. Pink's not the BDO killer? Yeah. Or Pink's not the BDO killer. What am I talking about? Chrono Odyssey not the BDO killer? That's right. I don't know why anybody would have thought it would be, to be completely honest. Even just from the dev talks, you do right off the hop, like... It's just a different style of MMO, right? And I think it might be good in its own ways, but... In terms of something that is going to take away... Or, sorry, in terms of something that's going to replace BDO for people, it is not that. Very clearly not that. Another pump and dump MMO? It might be. There is a whole bunch of those, that is for sure. Newer world. Yeah, just wait till newest world comes out. Oh my goodness. I guess everybody's going to be waiting for, what is that other one? AOC, or what is it called? Ash? No, something, fuck, what is it? Korean New World copy pasta, let's see. Wow. Well, I think both New World and that game runs on the Unreal Engine, so it's clear that they just... I'm assuming, if I remember correctly, so I remember way back in the day, we're talking like 1999, 2000, with the Unreal Engine, right? So you had the editor available to you if you wanted to make your own maps and stuff. And I suspect there's probably some similarities there where there's probably just some templates you can use if you want to create areas really quickly. And that's probably what that is it's just a template they dropped down and then they didn't go in and customize it. They were just trying to kind of rush through the world, right? It's probably just a template that's available in the Unreal editor. The thing is, like, a lot of these editors and stuff, they will have, like, template packs or theme packs, right? Where you go and you get, like, a whole pack, and it'll give you walls. Like, there might be, like, a medieval castle pack, right? And it has a whole bunch of buildings and structures and anything that fits within that theme. So then they get all the packs that they think they need, and then they just start plopping those assets around the world. This is why you need to give PA a lot more respect than they deserve. The fact that they're making their own engine means they have to make all of their own individual assets, right? Where all of these other games that are using other engines are just getting asset packs that have already been made and then reuse them, right? That's why you'll see things from one game to another. You died typing in Twitch chat? Good. That's one sage down, chat. Where's the next one? I hope it's not me. Video's been too good to us? It's one of those things, right? Where it's hard to see the forest through the trees. When you're like right there in BDO, you're kind of just clouded, or your vision is obstructed by everything that's directly in front of you. And it's hard to like step back and get a good picture of like everything that we have going great for us. You're just so focused on the negative things that are right in front of you, and it becomes difficult to see all the positives. I stand by this. If BDO died tomorrow, it would still be in the list of one of the top... It would make a list of the top MMOs that have ever existed. Obviously, it's not gonna be up there with like WoW, right? WoW's probably at number 1, and then you probably have games like EverQuest, Guild Wars, Ultima Online, Hera. Like, there's definitely some other games up there, but BDO is in that list. Even if the game died tomorrow, it would make that list. Without their own engine, we would never have the combat system they made us play in the first place. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, like, when you are just basically using someone else's engine, you're kind of limited by the tools that you have available to you, right? It's kind of like the difference of having... Maybe this makes sense. Maybe Kanjara can confirm. Like, I'm obviously not a game developer. But, like, using someone else's engine and making your own engine is like the equivalent of using someone else's workshop to make something versus having your own workshop and your own budget, right? Where if you're using someone else's workshop, you can't exactly go in there and start changing the tools around or whatnot. You're just using what's available to you. Where if you have your own workshop, that's yours. You can be like, okay, I want this tool, I want that tool, let's get that in there, let's build that, let's build this jig, right? You can do all those things to make your game exactly how you want it. Where when you're using someone else's workshop, you're limited by what's available. Would that be an accurate representation? Or am I completely off base? Yeah, there probably is a little bit of flexibility for doing some minor things in someone else's engine. But I imagine there's some like big changes if you want to make, you're limited by what's available. So when I look at any website using Salesforce, they may look radically different, but they do function pretty much similarly. Whereas if I build their site from scratch, it could work completely differently. Gotcha. Would they ever be able to upgrade BDO engine to today's standards? Rebuilding a whole engine is super time consuming and expensive. They've already rebuilt an engine. They got the Black Space engine that's being used on Crimson Desert, and porting over Black Desert to that would require a massive amount of labor to do that. Have games done that in the past? Yes. Is it often? No. It is very rare that games do that. I'll be honest, and maybe I'm a PA simp, if any company... if there is a company that I could picture that would do that for their player base, it is PA. But they have been asked that exact question, and so far the answer is no. But remember, with PA, we've already learned that no now doesn't mean no forever. Nice. Honestly, in terms of progression, Guzik, it's not a big deal. It wasn't a merge, it was actually just a PA taking over publishing, and because they are not a North American company, right? They're a Korean company, and Kakao was a North American company and an EU company. Since that data was going to be transferred to a Korean-owned company, you had to basically approve that you're willing to have your personal information be basically held by a Korean company, by a foreign company, right? So that was why there was that whole transfer process, but it's not like Kakao and PA merged or anything. PA just took over for Kakao. Oh, Kakao was a train wreck. And remember, Kakao is the publisher for Chrono Odyssey. And so far, Kakao has an absolute terrible track record of games that they've published. That is the biggest red flag for Chrono Odyssey for me, is the fact that Kakao is publishing it. Most games so far that Kakao has touched have been left in ashes.
Have you ever had a dream?
Well, they had Aeon, they had Alien, they had, they even eventually took on Arcage. Now, to be fair to Kakao, though, Captain, I don't think there's a lot of game companies that are willing to take on the risk of trying a foreign product in North America. I think it is a necessary evil, right? That they're like the only ones that are available. Because who else will do publishing for other companies? I don't think there's a lot of options out there. So, like, if it wasn't for Kakao, I'll throw him a bone. If it wasn't for Kakao, we might have never got BDO in North America. Because PA was a small company when it was first coming out, right? When BDO was first coming out. And they just didn't have the capital to be publishing in every region, especially with that much risk, right? Because you don't know how your product is going to be received among a foreign audience. So, by them basically allowing Kakao to publish it, they basically had Kakao take on that risk. So I'll give them that bone there, but that doesn't change the fact that they handled it terribly. And I am extremely grateful that BDO was successful enough to allow PA to get large enough to take over publishing. Because the game has definitely improved vastly since then. By the way, thank you very much for the sub, man. I appreciate it tremendously, Guzik. Sorry, I was trying to finish off my train of thought, and sometimes I'll do that and completely forget what I noticed. But I appreciate the sub, man, so much. The biggest issues with Kakao was like whenever they did live streams and stuff, and you got to talk to the GMs, it was very clear that none of them played the game or knew anything about it. They would make outrageous claims, like you could get energy by sweeping chimneys, and like increase your maximum energy by sweeping chimneys. Or at one point a GM was like, oh yeah, I finally just hit endgame. I just hit level 56 and unlocked my awakening. And like anybody at the time who played the game knows that you just basically finished the tutorial. You weren't at endgame. Also, like when there was the whole mapping situation with Barcode and Black Rose, and like those two events that happened at the same time, I put 90% of the blame, if not more, on Kakao, because everybody, whether it was the Kakao partners, people making tickets in-game, everybody was trying to ask for clarification on whether or not that was a approved use of the events, and they fucking ghosted everybody. They refused to tell anybody anything, and then after the fact, then they started banning people and punishing people. Like, that could have been completely avoided if they just outright came out and said, hey, you know what? Don't do this. This isn't an intended use of these two events. Also, cheating in the game was rampant. Like, I don't know if you guys were watching BDO, but back then, like, Fake Uni, for example, he would go through Aukman and just swap channel to channel to channel, and there'd be Speed Hacker on, like, every channel. And Kakao would do nothing. You would literally have a Kakao GM in your stream. You're visibly watching this person's speed hack, and they would do nothing about it. And it's not even like you're like, oh, okay, that person looks a little fast. It's like, no. Boom, 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 boom. Like, he disappears and all of a sudden he's on the next pack, and he's using an ability that's supposed to be on cooldown, but for some reason isn't on cooldown. Then he teleports to the next pack, instantly one-shots. Teleports to the next pack, instantly one-shots. And it's literally clearing, like an area 5 times bigger than anybody could possibly clear. Like, just, there's so many examples of how Kakao was just awful at, just policing the game. You got to remember too, like when there's a lack of punishment, then people don't feel threatened to do it themselves. That's why piloting was so popular back then too, because so many people were blatantly doing it and not getting punished for it, and it made people think, well, hell, man, if I want to be able to compete with these people, I need to do it too, right? And that's why you had so many people doing it back then. It's extremely rare compared to before. There's still some people who do it, it seems, but they're definitely a lot more sneaky about it, because like every week or every other week you see them doing a ban wave of either people using third-party programs or paying for pilots or whatever. Also, yes, fishing, and I've always said this, piloting wasn't a really big problem in like 2016, early 2017, because back then there was lots of good sources of AFK income. A lot of people did AFK processing because they would make crates, timber crates, to then sell. So why would you risk compromising your account? Either A, you know, letting somebody you don't know want it to play it, fuck up your account, or B, get banned. Why would you do that when you could make a decent amount of silver just playing the game properly, right? Doing these AFK sources of income. And then for a long time, all those AFK sources of income, they all died, right? They were all so bad. And that's when piloting really started taking off, because you could just make ridiculously absurd amounts more money just paying somebody to hop on your account. And I think that also, right, with life skilling now, especially fishing, right? A lot of people are like, hey, I'll take my billion or two a night, right? Depending on how lucky I am. So that's not actually true, but it is more complicated. Because people do travel for work, you can't do it just based off of IP and location, right? Some people might be traveling with a laptop. People also use VPNs in order to make sure they're at this, it looks like they're at the same location all the time. Or sometimes people use VPNs for different reasons, right? And they shouldn't be getting banned for that, for sure. So it definitely makes it more tricky. But one thing that Cacao did near their final days, and I don't know if this was because they were, they had like PA breathing down their neck, because in like the last 6 months before PA took over, Cacao was finally taking action on all of those things I just mentioned. And they went really tricky about it, or they were really clever about catching people. What they did was they actually hired a bunch of these pilots. Cacao did. They hired them, got them to log into dummy accounts, and then logged all the MAC addresses. And I know there's a way to spoof your MAC address, but it's obviously a lot more technical and a lot more difficult, and a lot of people don't think that companies are going to do this. But what they did was they hired a bunch of these pilots, got them to log on to these dummy accounts, logged their MAC addresses, and then took a look at all the accounts that same MAC addresses, those same MAC addresses logged into. And then they did like a massive ban wave. That's the thing, though. With the MAC address, you can. It's a lot more legitimate, right? If you see the same MAC address on maybe like... Or if you see an account with like 2 different MAC addresses logged into it, you can't really ban for that, because the person could be logging in with different PCs or stuff. But when you see the same MAC address log into 20 different accounts, you know immediately that that's somebody who's paying for a pilot. Because the likelihood of the same MAC address logging into multiple accounts that are the same person but they're on different PCs, like, it's just, no, it's not happening, right? So you can use the MAC address, but you're looking for like the same MAC address logging into a bunch of different accounts. Was piloting just boosting? It's called piloting because it's like, pretend your account is a vehicle and somebody else is logging in and driving it, right? So obviously they're logging in and grinding on it. People refer to it as pinoing because it was the companies who were doing it were typically companies from the Philippines. Yeah, I don't know if that's true, if it's illegal to look into MAC addresses, but it honestly doesn't matter because they're logging into a service, and PA has every right to police their own service. If you don't want to be involved in that, and that's why every game has a terms of service that you agree to before you log in. You don't own your account. I don't own my account. I'm basically renting this account from Pearl Abyss, and I'm allowed to play on it. I have exclusive access to it, but at any time they could take it back because technically it's not my account. And by basically agreeing and going in, you have all the rights, or sorry, they have all the right to look into your account and how it's being accessed at any time. Not as many as you think you do. That's why a lot of these companies have a terms of service. There's general rules that don't apply anymore once you agree that you're agreeing to exceptions. And it also depends on where you're accessing to, right? Typically those rules will be applied to the whatever region the service is being provided from. That's why, for example, when PA took over publishing for North America from Cacao, we all had to accept that we were handing over our information to a Korean-based company. They weren't allowed to just do that on their own, right? So if you didn't meet that deadline, that data had to be deleted. It wasn't something you could do years down the road either, right? Because they just weren't allowed to hold on to it past a certain date. Pearl Abyss was always around, but they weren't publishing the game. They were the developer, they weren't the publisher. Yeah, but that doesn't happen to everything. There are cases where that happens, but not everything. Remember, the exception doesn't define the rule. No, they just started self-publishing in the United States, but since they're still a Korean-based company. But that's probably a huge reason why they have an NA office, right? Also, it's easier for them too. Since they're servicing the NA region, it makes sense to have an NA office. And the same goes for any region they're publishing in, right? They're probably going to have an office local to the area. Yeah. Do you have proof of that, Bingy? That sounds like a nice thing to say, but it's hard to tell whether that's true or not. You don't even sound certain about it. That sounds like something that could be definitely just spread word of mouth with no real basis behind it. It's plausible, but I did talk about the trip, yeah. You can tell me more in DMs. You don't need to tell me more in DMs. You can just tell me here. I don't want to feel like alt-tabbing. You could type it here. What if you want it to be secret? Well, your last secret was nonsense, so I'm very skeptical about anything you say, Bingy. Remember, if you're gonna say claims like that, put your chest into it. Own that shit if you're gonna be spreading those rumors and show the facts. Don't just be a yapper. Because so far, all you've been is a yapper. Let's see. I guess he's referring to the hacker from KR. Well, he just said China. Who within days, after the new system, speed hacked on the official server while claiming that more people do it. Instead of going 4 times as fast in animations, they just increase it to 5 to 10%, which could be hit stutters. Yeah, I don't understand. Number 1 Zerker in AOS, are you? Oh my god. No, things like that are interesting, and I'm not saying it's not true. It's just like if you're gonna spread rumors like that, own it. Put your chest out. Put your chin up. Show us the proof. And then if it is true, we can point and laugh, and then hopefully it gets fixed. But otherwise, so far it just seems like a rumor. Person A told person B, told person C, told person D, who told person A, and since person A heard it from someone else, they think it's plausible now because they've heard it, but it was really just a loop. A loop of a bunch of people confirming each other's nonsense. That's typically how a lot of misinformation goes around. Right? If I think something's true, just think about this, right? If I think something's true, and then I pass it on to Kinjara, who passes it on to Divios, who passes it on to Choice, and then all of a sudden Choice tells me, oh, hey, Zeph, did you hear about this? And he doesn't realize that I was the person who originally said it, but now all of a sudden I'm hearing that from Choice. I'm like, oh, wait, maybe it is true. I had a feeling that was true. I thought I heard it. But now that you're telling me, Choice, oh my god, it must be true, right? But all it really did was a loop. It's just a loop of nonsense. A bunch of people confirming nonsense to each other with no actual facts. So that's why, like, if you're going to say shit, show me the facts. Otherwise, I don't fucking care. All you're doing is yapping. If you don't have facts, if you don't have proof, you're doing this. You need to start doing this. Stop doing this. Start doing this. No more of this. More of this. Last ban wave was in 2021? No, they do ban waves all the time. Here, let me go find it for you. See, we got another yapper in chat. I can disprove this in about 2 seconds. Let's see, show all. Look at this. I can't believe Konjita. See, Konjita is the perfect example of a yapper. Within 1 second, I found a set of bans they did 4 days ago on the official website. This man is going to Reddit. He is also a yapper. Once again, stop doing this. Everybody on Reddit does this. You need to stop doing that. Start doing this. Maybe put your ears up and listen more and rock on, but stop doing this. Yes, because it happens all the time. They're doing it. That was 4 days ago. Stop your yapping. Stop it. Stop it. No, it doesn't. Hundreds of thousands. Oh my god. How many people do you think are playing games? Shut up. Oh my god. You're yapping. Stop doing this. Colin Jita, stop doing this. Yo, Bingy, you want a new friend? This Colin Jita's right up your alley. He's also a yapper. He's still yapping, chat. Look at him. Look at him. He's yapping. He's going. What's a good type next? Wait, he paused. Wait. Maybe he's listening? Yo, wait a damn minute. Maybe he's taking my advice. Maybe he's not yapping anymore. Are his ears up? Is he listening? Nope. There he goes again. There he goes again. He's yapping. He's yapping some more. He's doing this. Oh my God. He said bad wave, and there needs to be at least 100,000 people for it to be a bad wave. Oh my goodness, fella. Calm down. Guess what? You don't need to do a massive ban wave if you're banning people every other week. God damn. Think about it. Use your fucking brain. What do you... Stop it. Stop doing this. Stop doing this. You're making a fool of yourself. He's still doing it. He hit caps lock. Stop it. Cut that shit out.
Reddit users need to shut up when Johnny is sleeping.
This fucking man said, I went to Reddit, and this said that the last one was in 2021. Reddit said so, it must be true. Get it right, it's a band bundle. Yeah, a little value pack they got there. Oh. Let's see when the one was before that. So that was 4 days ago. Let's see when the one was before that. We have... Look at this. The 13th.
It's
So
from Reddit, so it's true.
we have the 20th. We have the 13th. We have... the 6th. Wait a minute. This is happening like every week. Turns out you don't need to do a massive ban wave if you're regularly banning people. Oh my God, look at that. Holy shit. Holy crap. Do we keep going? I think we need a couple more. Oh, here we go. May 23rd. A week before that. Let's see if we can find another. And wait for it. Oh, there we go. There we go. There's another one. Holy shit. In 2 months. Look at all those. Shut the fuck up. God damn it, man. Man's out here. They didn't do a ban wave since 2021. Reddit said so. Oh my God. Fuck. That man, you can tell he spends too much time on Reddit. Too much time on Reddit. That's it. You know what we need to do? This is what we need to do. We need to get this man out of here, chat. It's time to cut him out of the chat. Mods, get your swords ready. I'm leading the charge. Yo, I want one of those swords so bad. Yeah. So it is important, right? And what you're talking about there, King Skulls, 100%. And I give PA tons of credit for this. Is they do their best. So think about it, right? Okay, I'm gonna go off in a different direction first, right? So like you have two options. You can either catch all the cheaters, but in the process of trying to make sure that no cheaters get through the cracks, you're gonna get some false positives, where now you're starting to ban innocent people. Or you have the detection relaxed, so some cheaters get through, but you get no false positives. You're never going to get perfect in the middle. It's always going to be one of those two. So I ask you guys, which is better? Either you get all the cheaters and you ban innocent people, or you don't get any innocent people, but some cheaters slip through the cracks. Obviously the latter, right? You never want to be banning innocent people.
The Reddit admin hiding next to Zeph. We don't need a ban wave.
Did I hurt my fingers? You see my bandages? This one I did on a cheese grater yesterday. I was grating up some carrot for my ramen I made, and my finger went right into the grater. I was legit sitting there grating the carrot, and it was like I was trying to do it on an angle so I would get the strips as long as possible. And while I was doing it, I was like, I'm holding this in a dangerous way. But I was like, you know what? I'll be fine. Surely I won't. Oh, fuck! It was kind of comical. I was just like, oh, fuck. And I was bleeding all over the place, so I had to go get a Band-Aid for it. I don't want blood all in my ramen. So a lot of it is optics. You don't need to be permanently banning everyone. You got to remember, these are consumers of your product, and they love your product. They actually love your product enough that in some cases, you know what, they're trying to get an unfair advantage. But that doesn't change the fact that they love your product, and it's obvious that they shouldn't be doing that. But I think it's more so optics, right? Letting the community know that they are actively policing their game will make people who are on the fence of cheating not cheat. Some people, too, it's their first offense, right? You got to remember, that's going to put a strike on their account. Even if it is a temporary suspension, that might be like a, okay, this is a one-time warning. And then if they ever do it again, then they're done. Zeth-based take, we use the same logic for government programs, anti-fraud measures, and virtually every do-the-least harm measure to optimize social utility of literally anything. Yeah, right? You don't want to fuck over innocent people just because you're trying to make sure you catch every bad person, every bad actor. You're never going to get it perfect. In a perfect world, we would get it perfect, but we all know we don't live in a perfect world. So you got to pick one way or the other, right? Which way are you going to lean? And I think leaning towards... you know, some bad actors slip through the cracks, but you get minimal and preferably no false flags is way better. We don't put people in jail. There's no jail waves, right? Oh shit. Yeah, I could do that versus. Yeah, I think it's also fair too, right, on the discussion of suspensions and bans. Like, imagine if, like, it didn't matter whether it was, like, shoplifting or murder. You always got a life sentence. It's like, huh? No, not all cheating is equal. Some is more egregious than others, for sure. Sometimes just a suspension is enough. Let people know that, hey, you shouldn't be doing this. Cut that shit out right now. That's why they also just have chat bans. Imagine instead of chat banning, if you accidentally, you know, if you, well, I guess I shouldn't say accident. I mean, you type what you type, but if you type something and all of a sudden they permanently banned your account because the first time you typed an F-bomb in chat. It turns out the world is not so black and white. And based off the previous discussion we were having based off MAC addresses, this man views the world as in black and white. That's it. There is no gray area. And there's tons of gray area. There's context and nuance behind everything. Yeah, no problem. If you're looking for some Awakened Sage information, type the command sageguide. There's like a Sage Bible, Awakened Sage Bible of information that was made by a sage that goes by the name of Archive. He's in, you know, all the Sage Discords. Super helpful guy. His guide is phenomenal. I recommend bookmarking it if you're new to Sage. There will probably be something that you could pick up from there. That as you learn Sage, more of it will become... wait, why is the command not working? Of course, I tell the man to type the command, and the command doesn't work. Stream Elements, hello, you there?
The world is ran by lizard people. How do I know this, you may ask? 'Cause I read it off Reddit, and Reddit it always, right?
What's the buff with the man in the hat? That's a GM buff. Every now and then a GM will go to like to the BA and you can go there and they're basically giving everybody buffs. It gives drop, XP, etc. What's the reason for the hideout prep? I like to be prepared for future content. I've always felt... There was a quote I heard a long time ago that's really resonated with me and I've kind of tried to live by it. Where the quote goes... Luck is where preparation and opportunity meet. Which basically means, like, yeah, there's opportunities that will arrive for you, but if you're not prepared to take advantage of them, then they will just pass you by, right? So, I always try to be prepared, so when an opportunity comes up, I can take advantage of it. There is a couple big drops. There's obviously Limbos, you can get a full Origin that's worth a bill. You can also get a Kabua, which is worth a few bill. And then there's also a Flame of Resonance that drops here. That is worth, I got one earlier, 5 bill now. He's the prepper? Yeah, I'm a, you ever watch that TV series? The one where people, their houses are filled with a bunch of random shit they don't need? That's me in BDO. Yeah, I wonder why the Stream Elements bot didn't work. I could have swore it was working earlier. Let me take a look at Stream Elements. There's the bots in my chat. The bot must be just down temporarily. Just gotta be patient. You know what? I need another house buff. I'm not gonna do a full hour because I gotta go in an hour. What day is it tomorrow? Tomorrow. Oh yeah, just a reminder, you guys. Tomorrow my stream will be starting late. I'll be starting in like actually probably around this time tomorrow. I'll be firing up the stream. On the bright side, though, pretty soon my streams are going to be longer again. We'll be streaming for 8 hours instead of 6 hours. Oh, man. Come gig me? Yeah, absolutely. We could duel for a little bit if you want. I can meet you over at the tongue grind node too, and then there's not as far of a run back. Sure. I don't mind doing some duels. I don't even think Bingy could attack me though. I'm pretty sure he's in Pico. Unless he got downgraded to Vega. Don't tease me. I like that there's more awakened stages. I just feel like we're gonna lose them all when we get nerfed. Maybe Wukong will come out and it'll be so strong everybody will forget about Sage. You rat. This Vert guy, the nerve on him. You know what? You're lucky. If I would have known, I just remembered, you live in Cali. If I would have known that you were like this, I would have got them to open the door of the plane and I would have spat on your house. Hawk. Be doing you a favor. That reminds me. I probably should water my garden today. I'm trying to remember if it rained yesterday. I don't even know what a Navigator 200 Trek bike is. It's not one of those e-bikes, is it? That's electric? I like the good old-fashioned pedaling. I bought some cheap irrigation hose on Amazon, and I've been using that to water. Saves me like 40 minutes of standing out there every night. I was saying that to my wife the other day. I was like, you know, I got my gardens in the front. I got my garden, like the flower gardens in the front. I like to water my grass in the front because it gets baked in the sun all day. I also have the garden in the back. I told my wife, I'm tempted to go get like a little irrigation hose, hook it up with like a little Y splitter, have it go in the ground and with some in the front, have it get set up in the back. So all I got to do is legit just go to the side of the house, turn it on, and then set a timer 15 minutes or whatever later, come back out, turn it off. Because, yeah, sitting out there doing that shit by hand, that shit, I mean, it's nice a couple times, but it grows old pretty quick. It's illegal to water the lawn where you live? Yeah, they should probably throw people in jail for life for doing that. Otherwise, it doesn't count. In fact, they should probably bring back capital punishment for that. What do you guys think? I'm kidding, by the way. No. So I didn't get to go out for dinner with them. I'm not sure where they went out for dinner, but yeah, I was not having a great day, so I ended up skipping dinner, which was probably a good thing because it allowed me to get a couple hours of sleep. A couple extra hours of sleep before my flight, which ended up getting delayed, and I had to spend like 16 hours in airports. So it probably I don't know how I would have been able to handle it if I didn't get those extra 2 hours of sleep. My flight out of LA got delayed 4 hours, which made me miss my connecting flight, and my connecting flight, my replacement flight, wasn't for another 8 hours after I landed. So I ended up having to spend the night in an airport on a concrete floor, staring at my phone and the wall. You know, I should have actually reached out in all the Discords I was in and just asked how many people actually live near LA. I probably... Even Dawn, I didn't even think about it until yesterday. Even Dawn, like B-Kill was busting my balls, Skeptic was busting my balls. There's so many people that... I mean, I couldn't really stay there much longer anyways. Maybe I could have added one more day to the trip. Yeah. Well, Skeptic was apparently only like 15 minutes away from me. B-Kill, my old gym, was like an hour away, he said. I don't know how far Vert was from LA. Vert's a guy I would love to connect with sometime. Vert and I have been homies in BDO for, fuck, almost a decade now. He's probably as old as I was when we first met now. Were there drops for the adventure stream? Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, that is right. That's going on right now. Yeah, I need to tune in. They might have some special drops or a code. If that's still going when I'm done here in like 40 minutes, I'm gonna raid it. Guys, Darwin Bootsworth, yeah. Where's the map? 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 This is where I'm at. I think so, Boo Bats, yeah. Sometimes it might be sent to one of your warehouses. I think they usually use like Heidel warehouse. I think sometimes it does, but I can't say all of it. Why did I go to PA? The primary reason was to play Crimson Desert and give that a try and just meet the team and get to experience the office and the people. That wasn't all that we did, but that was the main reason. Was it like BDO? Brand new engine. The engine runs amazingly. The game looks super good. The combat feels great. I think Crimson Desert is going to show that BDO's combat wasn't an accident, because Crimson Desert's combat feels amazing. Except the mobs are a lot smarter. You know how in BDO the mobs are always going to where you were and they're attacking air? Well, in Crimson Desert the mobs are definitely a lot more on your ass. So it's definitely going to be much more challenging PvE game. But the best way to describe it is it's going to feel like a BDO style Breath of the Wild. That seems to be kind of the vibe I'm getting based off of the very little that I got to play it. I only got like an hour. It's not a sequel, no, it's not an MMO, it's a single player game. It shares the same universe, but that's it. Yeah, it's not a... I mean, we've known this for years. They said like 3 years ago now that it's not going to be a multiplayer game, that it's not an MMO. This isn't news. Yeah. You never know. There might be some multiplayer aspects of it in the future where, like, you know how like with Dark Souls you can join each other's games and stuff? You never know, they could end up doing something like that. But it is largely going to be more just like a solo game. That's what it seems. Yeah, I suspect that to happen too, Kinjar, but that's one of those things we gotta kind of wait and see. Yo, what's up, Menzies? How's it going? $38 outside? Oh my god. Fuck that. That is so hot. little event they're running is pretty fun. Well, chat, I think I'm going to call it a day here, but I'm going to send you guys over to the official stream. They're doing like this fun, like Dungeon Master, Dungeons and Dragons type thing with Norelio, Choice, J-Kun, and Biceptimus, and it looks like Enlave is the Dungeon Master. So, thanks for hanging out, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful day. We'll be back tomorrow, but remember, tomorrow we're going to be starting up a little bit later than we normally do. We will be starting probably around this time, maybe a little bit earlier than this time tomorrow. So if you guys are around tomorrow evening, you know where to find me. But thank you for hanging out. I hope you all have a wonderful day. I'm going to be highlighting right now. That's why I'm ending a little bit earlier, but I'm going to highlight my little trip conversation. We'll make a command for it for tomorrow. But peace. Hope you all have a wonderful day. Thank you for hanging out with me today.